Okay, everybody ready? Good. Okay, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6:41 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we have a couple items to report out of closed session, so I'll start with that. Okay, in closed session on a motion by Board Member Garibay, second by Board Member Watson, the board voted to approve claim 2526-1 in the amount of $25,125 with a vote of 5-0. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Watson and a second by Board Member Trunke, the board voted to approve claim 2526-2 in the amount of $13,500 with a vote of 5-0. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Trunke, second by Board Member Watson, the board voted to approve claim 2526-3 in the amount of $19,900 with a vote of 5-0. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the agenda for December 16th, 2025?
I'll move to approve it.
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of the governing board for November 18th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Can I get a motion to approve minutes from the special meeting of the governing board for December 10th, 2025?
So
So-
moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, motion passes. Okay, we're moving on to our hearing session. We have the Empathy Award with which Miss Michelle Berries will lead us in.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's actually my favorite part of the meeting where we get to honor and recognize you students out there. So if you have your award and you are being honored and recognized tonight, if you can all step forward with your award and come right up front and spread out from one end all the way to the other. As they're coming up, can we give them a big round of applause? Tonight's award is empathy, understanding and connecting to others' people's feelings. And these students really understand what it's like to put themselves in other people's shoes and have the leadership to help other people out. So without further ado, from Bridgeport in 5th grade, I have Ava Porter. From Cedar Creek in 2nd grade, I have Luca Rangel. From Charles Helmers in 4th grade, I have Jack Weiss. From Emblem Academy in 3rd grade, I have Zoe Alamario. From Highlands in 5th grade, I have Daniela Jimenez. From James Foster, also in 5th grade, I have Isabel Ramsey. From Mountain View in 6th grade, I have Alex Herrera. From North Park in 2nd grade, I have Owen Hatchett. From Plum Canyon in 5th grade, I have Hemesh Munelli. From Rio Vista in kindergarten, I have Xander Van Meter. From Rosedale and TK, I have Connor Haberlick. From Sky Blue in 6th grade, I have Yuliana Salakova. From Tesoro de Valle in 2nd grade, I have Evelyn Guzman. Another TKer from West Creek, I have Isla Dew. Let's give all of our students a big round of applause and congratulations. I'm going to turn it back over to you. Thank you so much.
Sure. Would our board members like to say anything, congratulate our kids?
Absolutely. I am super excited tonight. Dr. Hawkins, you might remember quite a few years ago when we were talking about student awards. I had mentioned to our principals how excited I would be if our students were receiving awards, yes, for math and reading and responsibility and things like that, but also some of those what we consider soft skills, those social emotional skills that are so incredibly important. This week I got a text from a parent, and it was her. She had taken a picture of her son who had also received an empathy award from one of our schools. And she said, I love that I'm sending my kids to schools that not only teach these skills, but value them enough to award our kids on them. The empathy that you guys are showing and are being recognized for tonight not only makes you better friends, it makes you better citizens and much stronger leaders. So congratulations and thank you guys.
I will say ditto to what my colleague said, but just to add, thank you, parents. Empathy, I think, is one of those skills that really starts at home. And you have wonderful kids, and we have you to thank for that, and thank you for allowing us to see your kids every day at school. Thank you.
Congratulations on your recognition. I don't know if you guys know the difference between sympathy and empathy. Sympathy is when you feel something because you've also gone through it, but empathy is when you feel for someone and you haven't gone through. And I think that's a really special skill to be able to put yourself in their shoes or to feel something even if you haven't gone through it. And so you should be very proud of yourselves. It's a wonderful, amazing skill to have. To echo Mr. Trunky, thank you to the parents. Like, they learn it primarily from you. And so we thank you for raising your kids like this. Also, thank you to the teachers. Like everyone, it takes a village and everyone around them helps to influence them. But thank you, kids, especially for your example, which we can all learn from.
A special thank you to the parents, teachers, kids. Showing empathy is showing compassion and leadership and strength, and it takes a lot, I think, for you guys to do that at such a early age. So we're really proud of you. Again, parents, teachers, thank you. It does take a village. So congratulations again.
And it's always hard going last because everybody's said the things that you wanted to say. But congratulations, guys. Empathy is a really important quality, especially in leadership. Being able to put yourself in someone else's shoes and maybe not have the same experience, but understand them is really important. So to me, you're really showing leadership by having that empathy. So congratulations, keep up the great work, and setting that bar high for your friends and showing that empathy every day. All right, and now we'll take some photos, and then we'll take a quick recess so that parents can get some pictures. We know this is an important day for your students, so let's do that. Let's get some pictures.
Get over that way. More. Thank you. Standard.
Okay, so
Let's take a quick 5-minute recess so that if anybody wants to take additional pictures or if they'd like to leave the meeting so I can get dinner, they can do that. We'll reconvene at 6:56. And we got all of our pictures, so we'll go ahead and reconvene. Okay, so we're going to start off with recognition of board president.
So, in recognition of your service as board president, we have the honorary red gavel. And so thank you, and I'll let your colleagues say anything they want to say. Line to that, but
This is
thank
very
you for your
nice.
service.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Awkward. Okay, did you want to say something? or-
Well, yeah, absolutely. When you were nominated for president last year,
Mhm.
you had just recently come on the board, and I've told you this personally, and it's about time I tell it to you publicly. I've been extremely impressed with your leadership and how you've handled some rather difficult times in our district. And so, thank you so much for your leadership and your stewardship. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mrs. Garabay, for your excellent service.
Thank you.
I'm sure you remember that I asked you to come on the board like a couple of years
Mhm.
prior to you being appointed and you declined at that time. I just want everyone to know that I was right.
Thank you for your service. I know it's probably a really tough job, so, thank you.
Thank you, guys. And I get the pleasure of presenting Mrs. Grease with her, it's not a certificate, it's pen of appreciation. Thank you very much for being our clerk over the year. And I know that that's, you have to keep up with a lot of things going on in the meeting. And it's, we forget that this is a volunteer position. And, for the amount of time and effort that we put into this position, we do a lot. So thank you for serving as clerk and being a part of the board. You're welcome.
I would echo exactly what Mrs. Garabay had said. Thank you very much for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for reading all of our names at least 100 times.
Okay. Okay, moving on to advance written request to address the board regarding agenda and non-agenda items, board bylaws 9320, 9322, and 9323. Each speak to the process used by the governing board to allow for public comment during its meetings. The bylaws are in compliance with the Brown Act and other applicable law. Board bylaw 9323 specifically outlines the process for members of the public to address the governing board on agenda and non-agenda items that are within its subject matter jurisdiction. Members of the public wishing to address the governing board are asked to do the following prior to the start of the public comment section of the meeting agenda to ensure that appropriate time is allotted to all interested speakers and topics. The speaker must either complete a speaker card for each item they desire to speak on and/or notify the assistant to the superintendent of each item if attending the meeting in person. This notification is requested to allow the board president to consistently implement public comment guidelines provided in Board Bylaw 9323. Members of the public wishing to make public comment via telephone or virtual meeting software must notify the assistant to the superintendent via email not later than 4:30 p.m. on the day of the scheduled meeting to ensure that the person has the same opportunity to address the board under Board Bylaw 9323 as those who are in attendance. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes per topic for public comment. The total time allotted for each topic is 20 minutes. Depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard on a single topic, the governing board may adjust the time allotted for each speaker or the total time allocated to the topic issue. The president of the board may take a poll of speakers for and against the topic issue to determine how best to allot time on each topic issue. Members of the public who wish to address the board do so either in person or via Zoom. A speaker may read a statement from an individual not in attendance. However, their allotted speaking time will not be extended to read such a statement. A timer visible to all attendees will be used to manage time during public comment. Any speaker who exceeds their allotted time will have their mic cut off. To ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board unless simultaneous translation equipment is used to allow the board to hear the translated public testimony simultaneously. Please remember that state law prevents the board from acting on any matter not listed on the agenda or from discussing any such matter in detail. Okay. We have 3 speaker cards on support and positivity for SUSD. So Nicole Just, Elisa Gentry, and actually I'm going to start with the person that's online, right? We have. Can you hear me better now? Okay, great. I'll talk into the mic. Okay, so we have, let's see. That's not it. We have someone online. If you could raise your hand if you wanted to speak on support and positivity for SUSD. Oh, here it is. Jennifer R. Can you hear us, Jennifer R? Okay, we'll give her a minute to. We'll give her a minute. Nicole, just followed up by Elisa Gentry. And this is regarding support and positivity at SUSD.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Rodriguez. And I just wanted to speak tonight in support of the Saugus district. My children currently attend an amazing school in this district. They are happy, they feel safe, but most of all, they feel accepted for who they are and included as part of their school community. My children have 2 moms. We are an LGBTQ plus family. And before I had them, I did a lot of research on equality and inclusivity and how bigotry can be spread through misinformation and discrimination about a group of people. Our family may not look like most of the other families in Santa Clarita Valley, but I will say since entering the Saugus district, I have never felt like my children or family didn't belong. Inclusivity is imperative to a diverse education. In order to understand others, we have to be around them. We as parents are the strong influence behind integrity, accountability, compassion, and empathy for our children. For an LGBTQ plus family, my children do not wonder in their day-to-day about anyone else's sexuality or even how their 2 moms decided to create a family. You see, all my children care about is being accepted for who they are. We teach them and remind them to be kind, to use their voice, and to ask grown-ups for help if something feels too big for them. One of my children is on the spectrum and receives special education. It hasn't always been perfect, but I want to share how happy my child is at school and the love that is felt in the community in our school. This leads me back to the topic tonight, and that is to support in solidarity for our current superintendent, Dr. Hawkins. Thank you for reminding everyone who works in the public sector to educate our children that inclusivity, character, and citizenship belong in our schools. Dr. Hawkins, I know there's still more work to do, but thank you for your efforts, and I hope the board hears this tonight. Inclusivity matters in all of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So just for context, I'm just going to read this. I hate doing this. Okay, so when Dr. Hawkins announced her retirement, I had a bit of a too little too late moment, not because I believed anything would necessarily prevent the decision or that it even should, but because I have long felt a sense of regret by sitting here and watching the relentless attacks on our district and not speaking up in support. I always feared that it would attract more negativity, and I never wanted to be the cause of that. Despite that, I do believe that sharing the positives is far more impactful than screaming the negatives. I see value in speaking the good things that are so easy to take for granted, including people sometimes. And if nothing else, I do not believe someone who has dedicated 8 years of her life to supporting our community deserves to retire in this light. So with that in mind, I invited our community to share some of the positives they see, things that they are happy with or appreciate, and maybe like me, have not been confident or able to share in this room. I hope their voices are still impactful. So I'm just going to read them out. So from Joanna. I have always appreciated Dr. Hawkins and her determination to make all events on campus inclusive. I appreciated her proactive and clear communication throughout the pandemic and very much trusted her and her leadership. Some of these are anonymous or not full names, so I apologize. From S. I have had the privilege of meeting Dr. Hawkins on many occasions throughout my years as both an active parent and an employee of the Saugus Union School District. I have witnessed firsthand her deep commitment to our students, families, and staff. Dr. Hawkins led our district safely and steadily through the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the most challenging periods any school community has ever faced. Under her leadership, many of our schools earned recognition and awards for their continued academic excellence, and that success is a direct reflection of her guidance and vision. But what means even more to me is her dedication to the whole child. In a world increasingly filled with division, disconnection, and stress, Dr. Hawkins championed the implementation of SEL programs that truly meet the emotional and social needs of our students. I have personally seen these programs in classrooms. They help our children feel connected, supported, and understood. They teach empathy and resilience, skills our students urgently need to thrive. She has also consistently prioritized student safety, expanding initiatives such as See Something, Say Something programs, and continuing to strengthen campus procedures to keep our children safe. Dr. Hawkins' impact on SUSD has been overwhelmingly positive. I am genuinely sad to see her go, and I am concerned about what may follow. This district has made tremendous strides in building positive relationships with students, and we know that strong relationships are the foundation for replacing negative behaviors with more appropriate, healthy ones. If students don't feel loved, respected, and included, then it is our responsibility as educators, families, and adults to make sure they do. Dr. Hawkins has embodied these values. I am grateful for her leadership, and I hope that we can that as we move forward, we choose a path and eventually a superintendent that will continue.
Thank you. Elisa Gentry.
Yeah, I'll pick up. Just going to continue on. This is from Anonymous. I can remember coming out of COVID, an email that Dr. Hawkins sent that welcomed students and families back, focusing on social emotional connections and learning for students, even with masking and social distancing. I can remember saying to my husband, that's exactly what the kids need. I also think that the district is doing so many things for the whole child that are recommended. We have loud adults speaking disrespectfully at board meetings on social media, and I'm sure in their own lives, our kids see and hear that. Adults are the models for what our kids learn. Despite all of this, our kids' test scores continue to rise. The last thing I'll share is that board members need to read up on research and speak to experts instead of bending to the loudest voice in the room. Our opinions are just that, and everyone has one. I want my kids to be empathetic, kind, inclusive, well-educated based on research and evidence, and not the Robert Kennedy kind. This is from Marissa. Thank you, Dr. Hawkins, for all of your hard efforts in providing a strong education to all of my students then and now. You are amazing. From Anonymous, I have nothing bad to say about this wonderful person. I truly hope that she does not retire. We need her. Thank you, Dr. Hawkins, for all of your dedication. On a personal, my own story is that when my family first moved here, we had an infant and a 3-year-old. We came from a Montessori on the west side of LA, and while we'd seen some developmental issues with our oldest son, the Montessori kind of brushed it off. And it wasn't until we got here to Saugus Union School District that a teacher suggested that we have him evaluated. And I had no idea what that meant. But within a couple of weeks, he was surrounded by general education, occupational therapy, psychiatric help. He had everything. And he had an IEP then that carried him through all the way where he is now a senior in a different district. So I'm grateful. I've had 2 boys go through this district and they've thrived. They're good kids. And I'm very proud that we came from here. So thank you, Dr. Hawkins, and we hope you stay. That's it.
Okay. So next topic is item IXA, Santa Clarita Elementary, Karen Frost, followed by Karen Carville.
Thank you, board, for giving me an opportunity to address you. I promise I'll be quick because we got a lot to cover tonight. But I just wanted to bring it up that there was a public information request. I got to see the letters. One of them are dated August 16th. The other one is dated September 16th, and the last one is dated December 10th. And it says these letters are from the city of Santa Clarita to the district. And in the letters, it's pretty clear that the city wants to negotiate with the district, and it's clear that the community wants the district to negotiate with the city. What's not entirely clear is the process by which that happens. And so I'm hoping that this board can provide a little clarity to the city, to the community, so that these negotiations can take place, because everybody, well, not everybody, but a vast majority of community members have said that they want to see this property used for the community as a whole. So I guess the community would like to see some clarity and some transparency as how that happens, so that the negotiations can happen where the city can work with you, just like the building developer did last week. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing from you.
I noticed on the agenda the decline of the housing project proposal for the Santa Clarita Elementary site, and that's great news. First off, entertaining a housing proposal first was a total waste of time. Thank you, Nick, by the way, for putting this special meeting on Zoom. I was one of the 7 listening. Sorry, Wednesday is always a crazy day. Anyway, I had a meeting with the city, and they provided me the 3 letters that they have sent the school district, and I can pass it around if any of you would like to read them, dated August 16th, September 16th, and December 10th. The last one stating that they are confused, quote, confused and disheartening to see that the board is reviewing an offer before any board action has been taken to establish such a process. So what's going on? The community has been clear. Do you board members like wake up in the morning and think like, I'd like to waste my time tonight and have a special meeting? Maybe, I don't know. The city meeting was very eye-opening. And we kind of came up with maybe some direction for you. Not we, me. So let me train my school board trustees. Step 1, decide tonight what you all are leaning towards: selling, leasing, renting, whatever. Step 2, you tell your employee, please bring us the proposals from the city, Boys and Girls Club, whoever, XYZ. Step 3, Nick or whoever that you delegate this to, get on the old ringy dingy and set up a time, maybe one of these 4 future dates, that they can come and give you their proposals. And then you decide, like, let's wrap this up, like by spring break, like let's put a bow on this and let's, figure this out. I don't know. Do we need 4 more meetings? It's been 2 years. So it's okay to make motions. It's okay to do that. I want to just, give you the green light. Remember, you are her bosses. I know you can do it. All right. Thanks.
Hang tight, Ms. Carville. You're up again. This is for Ms. Carville. Ms. Carville, you're up again. Superintendent process. You're up again. It's you again.
Oh,
Superintendent
okay.
process.
Oh, okay. All right. We're not dividing the topics.
I just divided the topics. So this is a new topic.
Oh, this is a new
Superintendent-
Which one topic is this?
Superintendent process.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So there are different topics that people submit a speaker card for. We did the positive ones, and now we moved on to Santa Clarita Elementary, and now she had a speaker card. So there's a couple that are individual speaker cards on just a topic. One person submitted something. So her topic is the superintendent process. And so now she's going to speak on that. Of course. Yeah. I'm sorry. I need a better mic.
You need a longer mic. That's what it is. Nick, can you get on that?
Shorties.
First, Miss Hawkins, I wanted to say thank you.
Dr. Hawkins. Thank you.
Oh, Okay. First, Dr. Hawkins, I wanted to say thank you for your service to our district. I think the educational system has changed from years ago. You survived navigating a Saugus tragedy and COVID and many other things. So, for sure, unprecedented time. Being with your family and taking care of your health is number one. My mother lives with me. My grandmother lived with us when I was little, and I think that's priceless and that's an excellent decision. I wanted to speak for a minute, though, about choosing the next superintendent. We've had 2 nearby districts that have hired new superintendents within the last 4 years, I think it is. So why reinvent the wheel? Call up those 2 districts, ask about the survey they sent to parents in regards to what they want to see in their next superintendent. Get the agencies that they used, etc. Let's work together in Santa Clarita so we don't have to waste everybody's time. And we are not, and I repeat, not using the bow tie consulting guy. I don't remember what his other company name is, but please, we've done that, so let's not repeat that. One more thing, Miss Hawkins or Dr. Hawkins, I want to mention to you that I am extremely disappointed that you canceled all future behavioral council meetings. It's very disheartening that you did that. I don't know. I don't know if it's like I have one foot out the door and I'm leaving that for the next person. I don't know. I'd love to have maybe a few words from you in your board report on why that decision was made and what the future comes of that. But again, another waste of time for all those teachers and everybody.
Okay. Linda Valdez. Speaking on Prop 55 and other, followed by Sylvia Arnone speaking on behavior.
Good evening. Normally, I would present the STA message during our agendized allocated time. However, today I will report during public comments as I want to make sure it is prior to the nomination and election of our new board president. My message will be brief. There are a few things I wanted to touch on before heading into winter break. First, CTA is taking an active role in gathering signatures for Proposition 55, which is set to expire in 2031. Should it expire and not be renewed, the loss to Saugus Union School District is just shy of $13.5 million. It is estimated that 1 in every 6 educators will be cut, which will increase class sizes and impact student learning environments. If the district has not yet had conversations about how to address the expiration of this proposition, we strongly encourage you to start thinking about that now. What will our plan be? How would we address a $13.5 million loss? How would safety, behavior, and basic instruction be impacted? Second, with the canceling of the work of the Superintendent's Behavior Council, some folks have reached out with questions and others with concerns. We've heard that there is a perspective from the district being shared with the community that some teachers are resistant and refuse to implement the new SEL programs and methodologies, including PBIS, capturing kids' hearts, character strong, and conscious discipline, to the point of mentioning people by name. I'd like to reiterate, as expressed before, the programs and the implementation of them is not where the concerns of behavior stem. The concerns from the beginning have been about extreme behaviors, primarily Tier 3, and how to address those and provide adequate supports. We do all implement all of our programs. As union leadership representing over 400 members, we operate from the position that our members are professionals who take the responsibility of educating our students with the highest regard. We do not pit colleague against colleague. We support and encourage our certificated and classified staff. We ask that the district do the same. Lastly, as you will be electing a new board president, we'd like to thank you, Ms. Garibay, for your leadership and your willingness to meet with STA and CSEA over the past year to discuss a variety of topics and problem solve together. And we'd like to actually thank all of the board members for meeting with us, and thank you so much. And on a personal note, and this is a personal note, my hope is Anna Grease will be elected as board president, as it is her turn, having served this past year as clerk. She is bold, transparent, action-oriented, and extremely accessible. She is willing to listen, ask hard questions, and most importantly, she is open to different perspectives than her own in an effort to collaborate and problem solve. That's been the experience that we've had with her in working with her as STA. Thank you.
Sylvia Arnon, followed by Emily Veldkamp.
We too wanted to speak before the president was elected. First of all, we would like to congratulate the recipients. Good evening to everyone. First of all, we would like to congratulate the recipients of the Empathy Award. Empathy is a unique quality of humanity characterized by connectedness and understanding of how others feel. These students make the world a better place. Also, thank you, Patty Garibay, Mrs. Patty Garibay, for your leadership this year. It has been a rough couple of months, and our classified employees continue to work diligently under tough circumstances. We have come together with our colleagues from STA to continue to express our concerns regarding student behavior. CSEA has been here speaking in front of the board several times. We have met with board members and are grateful to Mr. Watson and Mrs. Grease for truly hearing us and for trying to give their support through action. Our classified employees reach out to us often, asking about how to go on stress leave and how to put in for a transfer. The behaviors are having serious repercussions on employee mental and physical health. Adjustments need to be put into place to secure the safety for everyone. Since the last board meeting, we have not heard from the district regarding this issue. Behavior committees have been disassembled with one subcommittee remaining, and plans for the future are in the air with no resolution in sight. This brings us to our recommendation of Anna Grease for president. Anna has met with many of us and has always listened and cared. Care is a very important quality that often goes missing when it comes to asking our employees how they are feeling after being injured. Anna has been trying to accomplish change with resistance since she began here at Saugus. Anna is not divisive. She has often suggested solutions that are team-driven and geared towards peaceful resolutions. Anna has the courage to speak up for what is right and is not afraid to make changes. She truly cares about employees and always puts the well-being of our students first in her suggestions. Anna, thank you. You always have our support. As the end of the year approaches, changes must come in the new year. On behalf of CSCA, we wish everyone a joyful and peaceful holiday season with the people who are dear to your heart. Thank you.
Emily, followed by Natalie Epstein.
Good evening. My name is Emily Veldkamp, and I am the mother of 2 North Park students. Every child at North Park learns 3 core values: be safe, be respectful, be responsible. My older son is so proud of these words that he's designing this year's yearbook cover around them. These values matter to our children, and they should matter even more to the adults who lead this district. 6 years ago, my 5-year-old son was also lost by North Park, allowed to leave campus and wander alone. My husband and I filed a detailed complaint outlining every failure that led to this horrific incident. We asked for immediate, concrete changes to ensure that no other family would endure what we did. And the district's response? Nothing. No phone calls, no emails, not even an acknowledgement. Only after we pushed for answers did we meet with North Park's interim principal and later Colleen Hawkins. We were told we were overreacting, as though expecting a school to keep track of a 5-year-old was unreasonable. At last month's board meeting, another family bravely shared their trauma. Their 5-year-old disappeared from the same campus, found hours later more than a mile away. Yet several board members and staff stared at their phones, laptops, some with eyes barely open, while another family had to relive our nightmare. This indifference spoke louder than any words. No amount of parental vigilance can make up for leadership that is apathetic, unaccountable, or asleep, literally or figuratively, when children go missing on their watch. Tonight, I am calling for immediate action. 1, an independent safety audit of all district campuses and after-school programs, with findings and concrete actions made public. 2, a district-wide emergency protocol for missing students, including mandatory reporting to law enforcement and state licensing agencies. But reforms are not enough. When staff fail at their most fundamental duty, keeping children safe. There must be consequences. I am also calling for the immediate resignation of the following district employees whose inactions have enabled repeated catastrophic safety failures. Colleen Hawkins, whose leadership has normalized negligence and eliminated accountability. Mia Standley, North Park's 2019 interim principal. Jennifer Stevenson and Tanaj Bruna, Human Resources, who failed to properly investigate staff involved in multiple incidents of child endangerment. And the North Park after-school program staff who allowed a child to leave unnoticed and who still remain employed today. This is the minimum level of accountability we should expect when children's lives are at stake. Our children deserve nothing less. Thank you.
My name is Natalie Epstein. I'm the mother of the 5-year-old boy, Oliver, who was lost from school premises on November 4th. My family spoke at the last board meeting. My husband, I trust you while I stood beside him crying. Tonight, I'm speaking again, this time fully from a mother's perspective, because what happened to my child and how this district responded cannot be minimized, dismissed, or rewritten. Dr. Hawkins, when my husband spoke and I stood there visibly distraught, he did not even look in my direction. Not once. As a mother, that moment spoke volumes. As a superintendent entrusted with the safety of children and the trust of families, your lack of acknowledgement was deeply troubling. You should be ashamed for presenting yourself as someone who takes care of this district, its families, and its children, when in that moment you could not even acknowledge a mother whose 5-year-old child was lost under your watch. I cry every day thinking of my son on the street. What is even more disturbing is the message that was later sent out on Parent Square 4 weeks later. That message was a blatant lie. My son was not walking home. He was south on McBean Boulevard. I live in Tesoro. He was not found quickly, and he was not found by your staff. These are not minor inaccuracies. These are serious misrepresentations of a frightening and dangerous situation involving a kindergartner who should have never been able to leave campus unsupervised. As a parent, reading that message felt like being dismissed all over again. As if the district's priority was protecting its image rather than telling the truth and taking responsibility. Do you understand what it feels like to imagine your 5-year-old child alone, confused, and walking along a busy 6-lane street? To wonder who might approach him, whether a car might not see him. He was crying when he was picked up. That's the reality that my family lives through every single day. I drop my son off at school and I drive that way every single day. My son won't leave my side. I stand by the gate every morning to make sure it's locked, and I don't leave the campus until I see it being locked. This was not just a mistake, it was a failure of supervision, communication, and accountability, and the response since then has compounded that failure. May I finish? Yes. We are not asking for empty apologies or carefully worded statements. We are asking for honesty. We spoke about empathy tonight and putting yourself in someone else's shoes. We still see the gate is not attended to by a guardian. Parents are letting the other parents pick up, and there are still no cameras. Our children deserve better. Our families deserve the truth, and this district must do better. Thank you.
Okay. Next topic is board election. Karen Carville. Followed by Leah Ridgely.
By the way, if it's a crash bar on the gate, like the one that you can just push, it is not supposed to be locked. I know that's troubling for some. It's not supposed to be though. It's a fire. Oh, I know. And I'm not arguing. I'm just saying for an evacuation procedure, I agree. I know. I agree. I agree. I wanted to speak tonight to ensure that Anna becomes our next board president. Not only is it her due time, but I feel like she moves things along a bit faster. If she was president, would we have 13 meetings about Santa Clara Elementary and 4 more on the calendar? Would we have a lot of behavioral council meetings? Would we have board members told that they weren't allowed to attend them? Would we have more special meetings to discuss whole child? I don't know. Who knows? Now I know, Mr. Trunky, what you're thinking. You were supposed to be president last year. I get it. We went over you and decided with someone different. And I want to acknowledge that you might be still upset about that. And, let's hug it out and let's get over it. But there were certain specific reasons why that happened. You had an off year. It's fine. It's, let's move on. I don't want to rehash it. We all have off days. Ms. Hawkins, I'm sure. Dr. Hawkins, sorry. Dr. Hawkins. That loses children. So weird. Anyways, I'm sure the idea of Miss Grease sitting next to you is probably not your cup of tea. I'm sure that it's part of this is very troubling to you to have her sit next to you and plan agendas and all that. And we all know the elephant in the room about that. We've all ridden the elephant. We've all fed the elephant peanuts. Anna and Dr. Well, if you've been to the meetings the last few years, there's some disagreement sometimes. But we need someone to take charge. We need someone to take initiative. Do we want 75 special meetings to choose the next superintendent? Yikes. Okay. Anyways, so please make Miss Grease the next president. Thank you.
Ms. Ridgely, followed by Deanna Swanson.
Hi, my name is Leah Ridgely. I'm here as a parent of 5 children attending this school district to request that we move forward with the election of Anna Grease. That's it.
Deanna Swanson, followed by Tammy Messina.
About a month ago, a child from North Park walked to McDonald's without anyone being aware. When Mr. Epstein came to the board meeting to discuss what had happened, he was given an allotted time to speak. When he tried to continue speaking after he was told, "Your time is up," the only board member that encouraged him to continue was Anna. Everyone else sat there, just as the mother just discussed. She was not being disrespectful, but rather she was actually being brave. She always tries to be the voice of the parents. She truly listens and asks the hard questions. If you revisit the teacher surveys, she received the highest rating from the teachers who stated themselves that they felt most supported by her, given to all of the teachers in the entire district. That is quite telling. I recommend that Anna be board president. We need to change the current direction of the district into a more positive one. If your child, any of your children up there, was not accounted for or was unsafe at school, I would hope that you would speak out as long as it took for people to understand the gravity of the situation. Parents need to be heard. We keep coming here, we keep bringing things up, and somehow, I don't know what happens. I'm kind of at a loss for that. They need to be respected, and they need you to do what is right as a board, individually, what you think is right, not where you stand, what you think is right. And what is right is what is best for kids, period. That's it. I believe you know right now, sitting here with everyone here, I know that you know that the best thing to do in this situation is for Anna to be president. Thank you.
Tammy, followed by Karen Frost.
Good evening, board. As you well know, our teachers and classified staff here are wonderful. They give their all and they do their absolute best with the tools they have. Dr. Hawkins, when you and I talked, you suggested I expand my circle to see how well most of the classrooms are running. And I did that. I reached out and talked to a few additional teachers and staff for their feedback. What I heard consistently from every teacher and staff member that I've had the opportunity to speak with, and by extension, those who've confided in them, is that teachers and staff are afraid to speak out because they're fearful of retaliation. And yes, we all know that retaliation is illegal, but that doesn't stop it, and fighting it is exhausting, expensive, and frightening for the staff members. Teachers and staff are looking for real solutions and relief that need to come quicker. They believe there are things that can be done to provide relief, but they aren't happening. Teachers and staff trust Miss Grease. She gets them, she's accessible, and she advocates for them. They all said that too. Teachers and staff have verbalized a level of trust in Mrs. Grease that they do not have in the rest of the elected board. So to the rest of the elected board members, I would ask each of you, why do you think that is? And I'd ask you to consider the following. Maybe you need to take a different approach towards tackling these issues. Mrs. Grease may not fit into your mold of what you perceive a board member to be, but maybe that's exactly what this district needs at a time like this. And given the fact that she has the trust of the majority of your district staff, it only makes sense that you take a look at what and how she's approaching things and consider working with her. You may move her into the president position, but without all of you working as a team, the dysfunction will continue. It's time for a change, and if you guys don't make it, we the voters will at each election cycle. To end on a positive note, to the elected board, it has been encouraging to see the increased level of conversation and deliberation during public session. I hope you'll all consider that level of, continue that level of interaction and thoughtful debate. It is wonderful to see, and I think it's healthy for you as a board. Thank you for your time and your service to this community.
Karen Frost, followed by Emily Lytle Painter.
Thank you for having me back. I would like to talk a little bit about trust and how important it is, especially with all the changes that are on the Saugus Union horizon. I'm sure each and every one of you were on this board for absolutely the right reasons. I don't question any of your intentions, and I'm certain all of you want to serve the communities that you represent. However, there's one of you that has consistently built and maintained the trust of the teachers, parents, and the community members. The teachers have told me that there is one of you that always shows up at scheduled meetings, without exception. The parents have told me that there is one of you that responds to emails about topics involving the schools, as members of the community, I can tell you that there is always one of you that advocates for the community interests. Anna Grease has been the voice of reason on this board and has been right on so many issues. She has the trust of the teachers, clearly, and the certificated staff, clearly, the parents, and the community. During this important time with so many important agenda items that are going to be coming up this year, it's imperative that we make sure that the president of this board has the relationship of trust with the stakeholders of this community. And just as we move forward on the search for the new superintendent, I hope this board reaches out to their peers at the Hart District and gets direction. The Hart District sent surveys, held community meetings as part of the selection process, and it was very open and transparent. I hope you use it as a template moving forward because it was very effective. And on a side note, I hope the Behavioral Council does not get lost in all of this chaos. I've heard that all future Behavioral Council meetings have been canceled to this point, which is very disappointing. And I sincerely hope that this board reconsiders Mrs. Grease's suggestion for this board to take lead on that committee. I think that solutions will become much more apparent and much faster if this board provides some guidelines, some timeframes, and some directions for this council so we can get the real improvements that everybody's been asking for 2 years. Thank you.
Tim Ben Boydston, you're up next.
And now for something completely different. Good evening, everyone. My name is Emily. Hello to the board and hello to all the families. I'm the parent of 2 students in SUSD. What I'm about to say is not easy for me to say, which you'll hear by the shaking in my voice. And I do not know you, Anna. So I hope this is taken in the spirit with which it is intended. I want to speak in regard to the election of the president of the governing board and to state clearly my opposition to the election of Anna Grease as president of the Saugus Union School District governing board. Trustee Grease's public positions and conduct reflect alignment with advocacy efforts that are hostile to LGBTQ students and families, dismissive of the professional role of educators, and oriented towards weakening public education. This approach prioritizes ideology and confrontation over student dignity, educator trust, and your responsibility to serve all children. That orientation is incompatible with the responsibilities of the board presidency. The role of board president is not ceremonial. It requires judgment and empathy and a clear sense of responsibility to students, families, and our community. In the coming year, we know that the board will hire a new superintendent, a decision that will shape the district's direction for years to come, and the day-to-day experiences of students, educators, and families. This process demands leadership grounded in professional expertise, collaboration, and a focus on positive impact. Public education exists to serve the common good. It benefits SUSD students and families, yes, while also supporting the civic and economic health of the entire Santa Clarita Valley. When policy direction is driven by personal convictions instead of inclusive, evidence-based decision-making, that purpose is undermined. At this moment, SUSD needs leadership that centers dignity, reduces division, and remains focused on educating and supporting every child. For these reasons, I urge the board to oppose a motion to elect Anna Grease. And Ms. Grease, if you do win, I hope that you can fulfill the rather large shoes left by Ms. Garibay, and that you can be a president for all families in SUSD.
Tim Ben, followed by Ingrid Boydston.
And speaking on 2 different topics? Is that correct?
That's right. So
Madam
you'll
President?
come back.
Thank you.
Yep.
Am I speaking on
You're
both
speaking-
of them one
No,
after
you're s-
another?
No, you're speaking on the election of the board now, and then you'll come back after we're done.
On the other?
On
Okay.
the other. That's
Thank you
right.
so much. Good evening, Board President Garibay, members of the board, Superintendent Hawkins, members of the cabinet. My name is Tim Ben Boydston, and I'm speaking tonight as a father of a child who went through the Saugus district, as the husband of a teacher of about 38 years, I think, here in the district, as a California Teacher of the Year in 1999. And I wanted to read from the editorial from our local paper, The Signal, which we are blessed to have local press, where many communities do not. There's a disconnect between the Saugus Union School District and the community it is supposed to serve. This is from December 13th, a few days ago. Maybe most distressing, at least to the parents, teachers, staff, and students of the Saugus District's 15 schools, is the district's inability to solve a litany of behavior issues and the district's seemingly rudderless approach to solving them. Teachers and parents alike have repeatedly gone to the school board, telling tales, sometimes tearfully, of students who have misbehaved and act out in abusive ways toward their teachers and classmates, with no consequences and no resolution to the problem. As government often does, the Saugus district leaders tackled the problem by forming a committee to study it ad nauseum and actually doing, well, not much about the actual problem. That is the truth. And it is unfortunate that now we have disbanded the behavior committee after spending an entire year before you all asking that the big behaviors be addressed, only to find out a year later that they're not going to be addressed. And what was the point then of all of the time and energy and effort of all of the students and the teachers that are advocating for them and the parents? I'm really disappointed. Going forward, the thing I'm not disappointed about is that there is an election on the board and you're going to have someone who is going to be elected as your leader. And I think it's really important for y'all to remember, y'all are in nonpartisan positions. Okay? Nonpartisan. They're not Republican, they're not Democrat, they're not independent, they're not green. It's nonpartisan. And I will appreciate you all remembering that every person has the ability to perhaps lead in a very good way. And if they are not given that chance, then they're not going to be able to show you. That person can't do anything by themselves. They have to have a team. They have to have a majority. I do think that it is time to continue this new direction and put Ms. Grease on as the president, and I hope you will do so, and I think she'll do great.
Ingrid Boyson, followed by Nicole Just.
Good evening tonight. Dr. Hawkins, I'd just like to say that I wish you joy and peace in this next chapter of your life. I hope that that's what you find there. Also, Patty Garibay, I wanted to thank you so much for being our president this last year. It has been a very tough year, and I appreciate all that you've done. Thank you also to all of the board members who took time to listen to the teachers, especially if you took time to come listen to the teachers and then come see what we're doing in our classrooms. Because it occurred to me, asking you to govern and guide us without giving you firsthand experience of what it is we're actually doing, it's a lot like giving somebody the driver's ed manual and then expecting them to understand what it's like to drive a car in the traffic, in the rain. So more of that, please. But the board member who's by far spent the most time in the trenches with us, the one talking to the teachers and listening to the teachers and making suggestions and trying to get our issues put on the agenda, has been Anna Grease. She has asked the hard questions, even when she's been ignored or sometimes even put down. But then again, last meeting, it was her comments that were the catalyst to you all agreeing on several issues. That was amazing. I love that, and I hope we get to see more of that. So my main thing tonight is to ask you to please do the right thing. Please make Anna Grease the board president. She has shown she is ready, willing, and able, even when it's difficult. She is the next in line. And as a kindergarten teacher, fair play is really important to me, okay? But also, please consider this. If you skip over her tonight, you're going to prove what everybody's saying about Saugus is true. That we do our deals in the back room, we don't care about transparency, that the DO is at a disconnect with the majority of the teachers, and worst of all, that people let their personal opinions get in the way of solving our major problems. Oh, we can't do that anymore. We have got to get back on track. We have to get on track together, not on winning more awards, not on keeping our data impressive, but on making our classrooms safe for everybody, every child, every teacher, every aide. We need to be physically, mentally, and emotionally safe so that we can do what we do beautifully. You could do this. You could bring us together. Please make Anna the president. Thank you for listening, and God bless Saugus.
Nicole, followed by Rebecca Hindman.
Hello. Again. I just wanted to speak to the election of the board president. First of all, I want to say, Mrs. Garibay, thank you for your service. This past year, I understand it is not an easy job, and I appreciate the effort. To each of our governing board members, when electing your new president, I ask that you consider carefully the tone you would like to set for the upcoming year. I ask you to consider electing a president who will help our community understand that our public school district is not a political arena. I ask that you elect a president who will help us to refocus on the reason we are all here, which is the students. I ask that you elect a president who you feel has the greatest ability to help us rebuild from this divisiveness, because we are better than this. We have so many wonderful people in this district who are willing to do the work to move us forward, and I encourage you to elect a president who will lift them up instead of amplifying the voices of those who are resistant to our district's goals and visions. The voices of the latter are sucking the life out of us. No one wants to be here. We will only be our best when our board, district, school staff, and families are working together as a team. I don't think we can be a team without a team leading us. And I don't think we can be led by a team that we do not trust is there for all of our students. I ask that you use your vote wisely to give your community and yourselves a board president with the experience needed to guide us through the next year and to actively serve us all.
Rebecca Hyman, followed up by Mr. Boydston.
My name is Rebecca Hindman. I'm a former parent of the SUSD district. Today, I should have picked up my youngest child from the airport from her first semester at college, but I'm here. My older daughter picked her up instead because this is extremely important to me and to this district. I stand here representing your constituents who could not be here in person, who emailed you instead. I stand here representing the parents who work, have childcare needs, and have community obligations such as volunteering or board meeting commitments. Just because they are not here in person does not mean that they care. Don't care, sorry. Their voices are in your email inboxes and voicemails. They deserve to be counted. Tonight, you will install the president of the board for 2026. 2 years ago, 1 year ago, you set a precedent of not following tradition and taking turns in succession. And I ask you tonight to take the same action. I ask you to not vote for Miss Anna Grease to become board president. The next year presents many challenges, including searching for a new superintendent. You will need a leader who has experience with policy, creating solutions within the district, and has a voice that knows the difference between when to be political and when to do the right thing for the district's children. Ms. Grease is easily swayed by Moms for Liberty, a group that has been damaging policies to other districts, as well as increased legal fees to fight lawsuits brought by same harmful policies. This is also the same group that she is directly associated with that removed books and hid them during a book fair. Books that were written for and by persons of color and LGBTQIA. This district has worked hard to increase learning outcomes and work with behavior issues by implementing PBIS and SEL. Ms. Grease supports teachers who refuse to do training or implement new learning and behavior strategies. Y'all don't know what I do for a living, do you? Miss Grease. I should. Can I get my time back?
Just continue.
Miss Grease has convinced teachers that she has their back, and yet she brings drama instead of solutions. Ms. Grease has been a disruptive presence on the dais and will continue to do so as a president. We will need a leader who understands policy, has proven leadership, and has been a part of the solution, and understands the need for a strong leader in our superintendent. Ms. Cooper, Mr. Watson, and Mr. Trunke would be perfect solution for the district's needs. Please disrupt the precedent again and not vote for Ms. Grease. Now, I will remind everyone in the audience, I was here 3 years ago when Ms. Grease read a letter that outed a special needs student. That is my specialty. No, I get my time back. Thank you. So I am very aware of the destructive nature of this woman and what she does do to our children.
Okay. Mr. Tim Ben Boytson regarding recognition.
First, let me recognize all of you who are sitting at the dais. From specifically starting with the president, Ms. Garibay, and our clerk, Ms. Grease. Both of you in this last year, especially in the latter part of the year, worked so well together, really talking. No, you don't always agree. Really talking to one another and really bringing the issues up and actually having some conversations about those things. It was wonderful. And so I want to commend both of you for doing that, because you were looking for solutions for the children and for the education system, and really looking out after that. And all the members of the board that spent their time going to classrooms and meeting, we appreciate that so much. The teachers appreciate that so much. We really thank all of you for your time, because yes, there are other people that are here, but they get paid to do that, and you get paid almost nothing. Your time, your energy, and your effort, we appreciate that so much, and thank you for that. I will, while I have the mic, make one comment to a prior person that spoke up here and tell you that I don't know a single teacher in the district that doesn't care about the children. I don't know a single person up here that's actually on the board that doesn't care about the children, okay? That type and tone is unnecessary, especially in this season of the year. You will make your decision, and you'll make your decision for your own reasons, and that is your job. And then we will go forward from there. So thank you for your time. But I can assure you that no person, especially not the teachers, the aides, the special ed teachers, the paras, everyone that deals with the kids, what we're all here for, the children, I never hear that from them. So let's work together going forward. Thank you all again. You have a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, or whatever holiday you're celebrating, and God bless all of you in the Saugus district.
Okay. All right, moving on to election of president, governing board. I'd like to make a motion that we nominate Matt Watson to board president position.
I would like to nominate myself.
There was already a nomination on the floor. So do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Catherine, did you vote?
Yeah, I said aye.
Okay. So motion passes 4-1. Matt is our new president. Okay. Sure. So we voted to elect our president. I made a motion to nominate Board Member Watson. We got a second for Mr. Trunky. Was it Mr. Trunky?
Cooper.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Cooper. Ms. Cooper, and then we voted, and the motion passed 4-1. Okay, moving on to the election of the clerk for the governing board. Do we have a motion?
I would like to move that Ms. Cooper be board clerk.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, and now we'll recess for 10 minutes, or we'll come back at 8:10.
Resolution, sir.
We will move forward with our agenda.
Yellow.
Okay.
You have to give first and a second.
Okay.
Pink. You have to get a first, second, and Catherine takes roll.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Oh,
Okay. Yes.
that's right here.
Yes. Okay. We're all set? All right. We are back in session. Thank you very much. We are moving on to item F, selection of member of governing board as representative who shall vote in electing members to the county committee on school district organization. Who had previously held that role? All right. Do I have any nominations? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of Mrs. Garibay as the representative who shall vote in electing members to the county committee on the school district organization. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Congratulations, Ms. Garibay.
Thank you.
Item G, selection of a member of governing board as its representative to the special education local planning area, the SELPA board liaison committee. Mr. Trunky, I believe that that's a role you've fulfilled in the past. Would you like to continue forward?
I would, however.
Oh, no.
My other time commitments, I think, will prevent me from dedicating the time to that's needed, so.
Okay.
To nominate her if she's willing.
Okay, and even if she's not, I would second that nomination. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, Ms. Cooper, congratulations. Selection of member of governing board as its representative to the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association, LACSA. That's a role that I've gladly held previously and would like to continue on if you all are content with that.
I'd like to nominate Mr.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. All right, item I, select one board member to serve as member and one board member to serve as an alternate of the governing board at the Saugus/Hart School Facilities Financing Authority.
I will nominate Mrs. Reese.
Second.
I respectfully, I'd have to decline. I think I have work commitments that are going to take me away from supporting that.
Okay, as a matter of procedure, we have a nomination and a second. I'm going to vote nay.
Yeah, nay.
Okay. You know, it's relatively light. If someone would like to nominate me, I'll take either the member to serve or the alternate.
Move to nominate Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson as the board member?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and we need an alternate. I would nominate Mr. Trunky.
That's more my speed.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Nope.
Pam's doing it.
Pam's got it. I've got it here. Okay. Item J. Oh, okay. I'm hoping Pam's got that part. Item J, select one board member. Yeah, that one I'm not keeping track of. Select one board member to serve as liaison to the superintendent's committee regarding Measure EE Citizens Oversight Selection Committee. Mr. Trunky, is that one that you had handled before?
I have in the past. I wasn't this past year.
Okay, do we have a nomination? Okay, in that case, I'll nominate Mr. Trunky.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. And item K, approve the 2026 calendar of regular and special board meetings and governance calendar.
Move to approve.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. Item L, and I believe that this is a resolution. Yes, approve resolution 2025-26, number 35, for certification of signatures for Division of School Financial Services of orders for salary or commercial payments, notice of employment, contracts, and related documents.
Second.
Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Watson?
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes 5-0.
Thank you. Item M, we will now hear from the Saugus Teachers Association, Ms. Linda Valdez.
She wasn't going to speak.
Mr. Watson, they did their, they spoke
Right,
before,
yeah,
so
I
there's
understand.
nothing to
So
speak.
we're good? Okay. All right. Is there a microphone?
Okay. I've never met the lady who spoke beforehand, but I asked her afterward what made her feel comfortable to say that our teachers are refusing to implement our programs and not doing our jobs. And she said, "Oh, no, no, not you, not you." I said, "But you said it was us, the teachers here." And she said, "Well, I was fed the wrong information. I was fed the wrong information." The timeliness of this was very peculiar and unexpected, but for a community member to come forth and say they were fed information about our teachers, our educators, who every day show up to work, day in and day out, to work with students from differing backgrounds with different abilities, to differentiate instruction, to meet their needs every day. I don't understand how anybody could think it would be reasonable to feed information about us that's inaccurate. My name was used the other day. There are people out there, teachers who refuse to implement the methodologies, the new methodologies and programs, like Linda. My name was used by a district official. I wouldn't do that about a colleague. I wouldn't do that about you. I don't know your job. I'm not in it. I mean, I'm just floored at what's happening. I do, honestly, I love our students and I love our teachers and I love our community and I love our district, but this is turning ugly and spiteful and hateful and wrong, and we need to nip it, and we need to nip it quickly. Now, a decision was made today based on whatever background information perhaps, or a decision that you had made perhaps even prior to coming here today, or I don't know if you made it today. But please know that the reason that we were advocating for Anna Grease to be the president was, quite frankly, because she reaches out and she responds and she visits our classrooms. And every time we say, "Can you meet with the resource teachers and talk about these things going on?" Sure. Can you meet with the DLI teachers and talk about, what their needs and concerns are? Sure. Can you meet with our, TK teachers and be willing to say, sure. And that's been consistent from the day that our executive board came into office. That's why. It's not politically motivated or politically driven. As a matter of fact, politics is never part of the conversation. And when I say politics, I mean everything essentially when you have elections is political. But what I mean is based on political party, right? And so those conversations do not take place because, as Tim Ben said, it is nonpartisan. What we are here to do is to provide optimal learning environments and experiences for our students, right? I mean, we would all agree. So coming to an understanding of what's reasonable and what we're able to do and what we can implement and what we can provide is very important. So anyway, having said all that, that is why we advocated for Anna. It had nothing to do with anything else aside from the fact that we knew, one, that she had not been president yet, and two, that we've seen action. Now, Matt, I appreciate you and the fact that we've met with you. I mean, we're going to call for action as well. There's a lot that needs to be done and a lot that needs to continue to take place. But today, I just feel so heartbroken by the fact that anyone would think it's reasonable to misfeed information to a member to the community to come and speak and to stand here and say something against the people that are in the classroom every single day working with students, loving on them, caring about them, implementing what might feel unreasonable because it's so much to be able to meet the needs of all of our students and all their different abilities and all of the different capacities that come before us. But we do it and we smile and we sing and we're happy and we love them. I don't understand. But that comment, for her to say that she was misfed information, tells me that somebody within our district fed information. And that's extremely troubling. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know about you all, but that just really struck a whole different kind of chord. So we're going to get up and we're going to go back to work tomorrow and do our best with our students. But that is something that I think that I'm hoping that you're all pondering that too and wondering how that can happen and how a misrepresentation of information could be provided to somebody to then be comfortable to come up and speak that to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. And indeed, thank you very much. And indeed, that's what we will do, just like you. We will get up and move forward because that's what our children deserve. I appreciate your continued collaboration and conversation, and we will be in communication. Thank you. All right. Okay. Item N is CSEA. Is Ms. Arnone still here? I know she already spoke. Thank you very much. Item O, Saugus Administrators Association. Ms. Jamie Rudder.
Good evening, Governing Board, Cabinet, guests, and esteemed colleagues. I am honored to speak tonight on behalf of the Saugus Administrators Association as we highlight some of the work happening across our schools during this very special time of year. First, I want to congratulate once again the Empathy Award recipients. What a special honor, and we are so grateful to have these students and their families as part of our community. December is truly a wonderful time of the year on our campuses, but it is also one of the most hectic. It is a month filled with excitement, energy, and nonstop activity. Even in the midst of this whirlwind, students are learning at high levels, and our teachers are focused on effective instruction. While the buzz of the holiday spirit is all around us, our teams are equally busy ensuring teaching, learning, and school operations remain strong. Across the district, staff members have been deeply engaged in analyzing fall data to guide instruction and prepare for new goals in the coming year. One major highlight has been the success of our intervention systems. This year's intervention model of having TK and kindergarten teachers deliver intervention directly has made a huge impact on student success. We are already seeing meaningful growth and foundational skills because of this shift. We want to express our gratitude to the teachers, staff members, TOSAs, and the Ed Services Department for working so hard to promote the success of this model of intervention. Another exciting initiative underway is our new math pilot, which has created great excitement at our school sites. This venture brings fresh energy and innovation in our classrooms, and this work reflects our commitment to continuous improvement and to providing high-quality, engaging instruction for every student. Of course, December also brings the joy of community. Our schools are hosting winter festivals, family engagement nights, and holiday celebrations that bring families, students, and staff together in meaningful ways. These moments remind us why this season feels so magical. On a personal note, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our local community, the governing board and cabinet for transforming our campus.
James Foster Elementary looks like a brand new school. The modernization of our campuses across the district has brought such a sense of pride in our community and created 21st century learning environments for our students. We are incredibly grateful for your continued investment. As we wrap up this hectic but heartwarming month, the Saugus Administrators Association thanks you for your vision, support, and partnership. We wish you all a joyful holiday season and a restorative winter break. Now I would like to introduce my fabulous PTA President, Laura Lynn Pasquale.
Thank you, Principal Rudder. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Hawkins and members of the board and everyone still here this evening. My name is Laura Lynn Pasquale, and I am in my second term as PTA President at James Foster. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of our team about our achievements and goals for this school year. First, I would like to thank the school board for encouraging the collaboration of parent leadership throughout the district. In addition to parent leadership meetings, I have had the opportunity to participate in the district-wide school board meetings at Bridgeport. While at these meetings, I learned a lot, not only about our school site's achievements, goals, and action plans, but also about other school sites. Participating at these meetings provided me a different perspective that I could only wish every parent had the opportunity to experience. I have seen the importance and the difference in collaboration between the district, school site, admin team, and parent organizations. Collaboration between a supportive admin team and the PTA benefits the entire school community. We have been extremely lucky to have the support and encouragement from Principal Rudder, our office manager, Vicky Escalante, and our head custodian, Sergio Fragoso. Because of them, we are able to create memorable experiences for our students and our families. When our families are able to see where their donations and support go to through these community building events, they are more inclined to participate as volunteers and become members of the PTA. Last year, our membership hit its best in 5 years, and in the last 4 months alone, we have already surpassed that number by over 50 members. In addition, we once again hit 100% teacher PTA memberships this year. We are continuing to build on our goal of encouraging cultural appreciation and reinforcing inclusion as we welcome the SCC program from Highlands. After the success of our first multicultural event last year, many of our families and our staff are encouraged to recreate the event, making it bigger and better than last. We added a DEI chair to our PTA executive board, welcoming Mrs. Allison Kewish, one of our 5th grade teachers and also a parent at our school. Since September, she has created a monthly newsletter highlighting different cultures, Disability Awareness Month, and this month she shares about holidays around the world. Every month, families and other staff members have shared how much a simple newsletter has meant to them. The flyers were sent home to families who were encouraged to read it together, while several teachers also read and discuss them during their class announcements. I'd like to share with you what other families have shared with me. A mother shared, "I wanted to say how much I love seeing the different cultures represented each month." Her son says, "It's Filipino month and I am Filipino," and read the flyer himself. When I handed our school nurse, Miss Mary, our November flyer for Native American and Alaskan Native Heritage Month, her face proudly lit up and said, "That's me, I'm 50% Alaskan Native." But by far, my favorite memory as PTA president was hearing, "That's me, that's my flag, that's where my parents were born," while setting up for last year's Multicultural Festival. In these moments, the PTA was able to make our foster family feel seen and heard, and that's what makes all of this work worth it. Another goal this year was to encourage and highlight our students' achievements and success. We enlisted the help of our staff and teachers to encourage our students to use their talents to create amazing projects for the PTA Reflections Art Program. 10% of our student body participated, and kids were acknowledged for their creativity and their interpretation of what "I belong" means to them. From creating dance choreography, film production, literature, music composition, photography, and visual arts, many of our students enjoyed a night being recognized for their artistic expression. With the success of our book fair last month, we were able to secure over $2,000 to go towards books and supplies for our library, as well as over $700 in new books to be awarded to our top readers this year. Additionally, we celebrate the success of our fall fundraiser, raising over $65,000, and most recently, our Winter Wonderland family event and holiday shop. We are looking forward to hosting another variety show, more field trips, science fair, multicultural festival, and other family events in 2026. And through our continued support from staff and admin, we know that our family participation and PTA membership will only grow. Thank you for the opportunity to share about James Foster PTA and our success built on collaboration and encouragement from the school board and other school sites. It is my hope that the district will continue to support parent leadership organizations and foster that relationship between the board, admin, and our parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pascual. Item 2Q, representing the Child Development Programs, Ms. Katie Demscher.
Good evening, Governing Board, Cabinet, and guests. I'm Katie Demscher, Director of Categorical and Special Programs. I also wanted to congratulate our students receiving the Empathy Award this evening. Understanding and sharing others' feelings, both at school and in our child development program, is crucial for our children to build stronger relationships, improve communication, and foster compassion, which takes them beyond their self-interest to act with kindness and understanding. And this is something that is a direct impact on behavior between students and between students and adults. So thank you to all of the adults who model this for our children, and thank you to our board and cabinet for celebrating this in our students. In regards to our after-school programming, we've just finished our 6 weeks of after-school enrichment. Our students enjoyed a variety of digital and fine arts, drama, soccer, volleyball, cheer and fitness, culinary arts, and either Spanish or American Sign Language, to name most of them. Families will have the opportunity to provide feedback from this semester that will help us continue offering a variety of high-quality enrichment opportunities every year as we move forward. We're eagerly preparing for our upcoming 8 weeks of spring enrichment. Thank you to the Governing Board and Cabinet for your continued support of our after-school child development programming. We hope you all enjoy the current and upcoming holidays and are able to rest and spend quality time with family and friends during our winter break. Have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thank you. Moving on to Superintendent and Cabinet reports, Mrs. Barris.
I'd again like to thank and recognize all the students who recognize and model empathy throughout their day and in our schools. And also, I hope everybody has a well-deserved restful break and safe holiday season.
Thank you. Mr. Clement.
Good evening, everyone. With the 2 presentations for Ed Services, I think I'll let that speak for my report tonight.
Appreciate it. Dr. Stevenson.
I just want to congratulate our students again for their empathy awards, and then everyone have a wonderful winter break.
Thank you, Mr. Heinlein.
I'll save my report for my first interim presentation.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Hawkins.
I'd like to update the board that Mr. Heinlein and I have an appointment on Thursday with Ms. Abrahamian with representatives from the city to discuss property. And I'd like to wish everyone a happy holiday and a great winter break.
Wonderful. Thank you. Moving on to board reports, Ms. Grease.
Sure. Well, that was fun, right? To just clear the air, elephant in the room, right? It's okay. We were all naive to think that I would be elected president, and it's okay, you guys. It's okay. I'm not going to stop advocating for parents, not going to stop advocating for teachers, CSEA, and anybody else that comes forward with what's happening in this district. I'm not going to stop pointing out the flaws. I'm not going to stop holding these board members accountable. Mr. Watson, I hope you actually do something in that seat. There's a lot that has not been done over the course of a year, and we need to address it. Teachers, they want it addressed. So I'm not going to stop. It's okay that I'm not president. It's fine. It's just a title. It doesn't mean anything. I think for those of you that spoke up today, thank you. For those that spoke in opposition of me, you guys don't know me. You guys have not had one conversation with me, about me, to my face. I'd encourage you to actually reach out and have a conversation with myself to really understand my views, why I got elected, why the community supports me even to this day, why I would read that North Park letter again, why I continue to stand up for this community. Please reach out. I'd love to talk to you. So far, the ones that I've reached out to refuse to meet with me. So that speaks a lot. That speaks volumes, and that's part of the problem. What I say tonight will probably be misconstrued in public, on social media, in the paper, anywhere. but I'm happy to meet with anyone to dispel any rumors. I was basically called a bigot today, right? That I don't like the LGBTQ community. Have a discussion with me. Talk to me about it. My number one job is to support this community. That's what I was elected to do. I think I won 60, 70% of the votes, which is a lot in my area. There's a lot that's wrong with this district. There's a lot that's right with this district. I'm not evil because I don't speak about the positives 100%. There's 4 other board members that continually speak about the positives. But what I was elected to do was speak out and bring transparency to this district and bring change. And unfortunately, I am alone. I am 1 against 4. But there's an election coming up. Mr. Trunky's up. I'm up. Maybe I'll decide to rerun. I don't know. But if you don't make the change, honestly, nothing is going to change in this district. I'm going to be really honest. We have a responsibility, the 5 of us, to actually make the change. Teachers are getting hit, bit, thrown furniture at, and we're not doing anything. Kids are getting lost a mile down the road, and nothing's happening. Nothing happened. I asked that parent if they've been contacted by the district. Nope. No communication from the district. What are we doing? This is ridiculous. The board president doesn't have any more power than the 4 of us. It's the 5 of us. So maybe we can spend this next year actually making change and forcing our role as a board member, who we are the employer of the superintendent. We tell them what to do. We help govern the district. We help set policies, not the other way around. I know nobody else up here agrees with me, and I get off my soap dish, but it is okay that I'm not president. Again, we were all naive to think that I would be, given who's up here. So I look forward to the next, 8 months until the election. I will continue to visit classrooms. Please invite me. Love to see what's going on, good and bad. I'll keep advocating from the dais. I'll be the 1 voice out of the 5. So yeah, thank you. Have a great New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. All the above. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Garibay.
Thank you. I just have a quick update. So I wanted to thank Miss Marshall at Tesoro del Valle. She reached out to all the board members and she wanted to show us what her classroom was like. And she wanted to show us all the things that she's doing to create a good environment for her students. She's doing a fabulous job. I spent the time that I spent in her classroom was really telling about what you're able to do with all these different tools and resources. Her classroom wasn't perfect. She had students that were completely participating, some that were doing their own thing, but she had control over the class and the kids were getting the most out of their experience. So I just wanted to thank her for reaching out to us. Because sometimes, we have other things that we're working on and doing, but I'm always open to those visits and I appreciate what she's doing. And I'm just really grateful to have good teachers like her in the district. That's it.
Mr. Trunky.
Good evening, everybody. First, of course, I want to say congratulations to all of our students that won awards for their empathy. I also want to say thank you to Mrs. Garibay and Mrs. Grease for your service this past year as president and clerk, respectively. Recently, I attended the parent workshop on November 19th at Rio Vista. It was a fantastic event that was well attended. On November 20th, I attended the food distribution event, which was also at Rio Vista, where a number of us volunteered to distribute food that was collected throughout the district at all of the school sites. A great event, even though it was pouring down rain. And it was cold, but we managed to give out quite a few meals, and I'm very appreciative of all of the other volunteers for arranging that event. I also wanted to thank my colleagues, Ms. Watson and Ms. Cooper, for a great annual education conference up in Sacramento. I think we got some really good information on a lot of different subjects, and appreciate the collaboration. I wanted to also just say a quick few words about the announcement, Dr. Hawkins, of your retirement. I am extremely grateful for the 7.5 years so far that we've gotten to work together. And there will be some more time, and I'm sure more opportunities for me to say a little bit more than that. There is a great event happening tomorrow, which happens to be the 50th anniversary of the IDEA Act. Our SELPA is hosting a special event from 11 to 2 o'clock. It is at the Santa Clarita SELPA at 26320 Spirit Court in Santa Clarita. And I would encourage you all to attend, especially in this time where we are seeing the dismantling of the Department of Education, their focus on special education. I think it's really important that we remind ourselves that there are a group of students who need extra support, and I will certainly be there myself. I wanted to also wish a happy upcoming birthday to Mr. Watson. I know that's coming soon, and I hope you have a great time. And happy holidays to everybody, and have a great winter break.
Thank you, Mr. Trunky. And I'm sure there's a website for the SELPA event that someone could go to.
Yeah,
for
anybody can
information?
go to the SELPA website.
Probably just Google Santa Clarita Valley
Yeah,
SELPA.
just put SELPA in for Santa Clarita, and you will get the website for the SELPA.
SELPA. Thank you. Ms. Cooper.
I also attend the CSBA conference. Thank you to.
Your mic's not on.
We have volume settings.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
yeah, it
oh,
is.
the green
Yeah, it
light
is.
I'm over here. It doesn't
We
come
have
on.
Volume settings.
I don't have
Use
a
your
teacher
teacher
voice.
Come on in here.
I don't have a teacher voice.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, you do. Your
There
inner
it is.
teacher.
I've heard it before. Okay. I also attended the CSBA with Mr. Watson and Mr. Trunky. I'm sorry that Mrs. Garibay and Mrs. Grease could not go with us. I learned a lot. Some that I actually wish I had learned 6 months ago, but that's okay. I don't know if you all heard about the Brown University shooting and realized that Mia Tretta actually goes there. She's one of the survivors of our Saugus shooting. So when you read something like that, you just kind of take a minute to remember what your priorities should be. So obviously tonight was a little tumultuous, but you know what? It's done now, and we're all gonna work together. So I also had the pleasure and the joy of visiting Mrs. Marshall's classroom, and she's amazing. But you know, she told me that some of the kids in there had big behavior problems in the prior year, but you wouldn't know it. It was just like she had a safe corner. And I asked her if she ever sat in the safe corner, and she said, no, but maybe I will. And I thought, you know, that's a really good, it's a good example for the kids. Like they can realize that we also have moments where we're, you know, emotional or, you know, just want to get away from everybody. And obviously the teacher can't do that very often, but, you know, we're all human. Yeah, that's it.
Well, thank you. Thank you all for coming this evening. Appreciate it. I too was able to attend the California School Boards Association conference up in Sacramento with a couple of my colleagues. I really appreciated this year's conference. They had added a lot of new workshops, which quite honestly, it was kind of time for. And so I appreciated those. There were also quite a few workshops on some things that are quite timely in our district, like the search for a superintendent or what to do with property that you no longer are using as a school site, things like that. Mr. Trunky and I also spent some time interacting with some community partners including some of those agents that help school districts conduct searches for superintendents. And I believe we'll discuss that a little bit later on this evening. Since our last regular board meeting, I was able to visit a couple of our schools. I visited Bridgeport. I spent a good amount of time in Mrs. Boydston's classroom, and as well as some of her colleagues. I spent most of my time on campus with the younger grades, TK, kinder, maybe first, and did see definitely some significant challenges and some of the varied ways that our expert staff is handling them. I thought it was just an absolutely wonderful kind of bookend that I arrived when it was pouring down rain, and I left when it was bright and sunny outside, and I left with a rainbow. And I wanted to bring it here to show you tonight, but I forgot it. It's still on my refrigerator door. But a young lady in a TK class gave me a rainbow, and then I walked outside to realize, indeed, the sun had come out. So I love my rainbow. I also was able to visit Tesoro. I want to thank Mrs. Marshall for the invitation. Like my colleagues have said previously, she certainly does have some very challenging situations and a variety of challenging situations in her classroom that she certainly handles expertly. I think most of you know that I'm a teacher. It's been over a decade since I've been a classroom teacher. I've moved into administrative roles since then, and certainly the classroom has changed radically since I was in the classroom. And she was able to kind of narrate a little bit about the experience, and she would tell me, okay, this is what I'm about to do now. This kind of like you would see almost on a documentary. This is the tool I'm going to use right now. And then she would address the class, and you would see how some responded and some didn't. And she'd say, okay, now watch what happens when I do it this way. And it was a great experience, very informative. And I always appreciate the opportunity to visit our classrooms. My professional schedule doesn't allow me to do it as often as I would like, but really appreciate the invitations. And even without invitations, I will continue to show up from time to time. I met with and spoke to several members of the community since our last regular board meeting. I always appreciate when members of the community reach out, especially those who are as heavily invested as those of you who contacted me are. Your unique experience allows me to kind of, like you see me do often, adjust my glasses so that I can get a different, clearer view of the different situations that our school district is working with. And that perspective almost always allows me to improve my ability to perform my duties, which I see primarily as supporting you in performing yours. So thank you, and I hope you continue to reach out. And that's all I've got for this evening. I know we've got a lot more to do. So let's go ahead and get to it. Let's move on to item 3, the consent calendar. Do we have any items of the consent calendar that need to be removed?
I need to remove the personnel report just because I know somebody on there.
Okay. Personnel report is item F1. So we're going to remove item F1. Does anybody else have anything that we need to remove? Okay,
To approve the consent calendar. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have to do F1. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll entertain a motion on F1.
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion to approve item F1, and a second, the personnel report 2025-26-7. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
I'm gonna vote no in only symbolically retirement
Symbolically.
of our current superintendent.
Okay. In that case, the item carries 3 to 1 to 1. One abstention and one nay vote. Do I have a motion on the rest of the consent calendar?
Move to approve the rest of the.
A motion to approve by Mrs. Garibay.
Second.
Okay, and a second from Ms. Cooper. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the motion carries. Thank you. And a few pages later, we get to item 4, presentations. 4A, 2024-2025 annual audit reports for the Saugus Union School District and Community Facilities District by Edie Bailey. Is this Mr. Heinlein?
It is me.
I know it's your busy season. How you been?
busy. Yeah. I'm going to bring in Mr. Bobby Patel. He's our partner at Eide Bailey, who is our audit firm. He's going to lead us through the audit and their report. You can see Bobby in that little tiny square up there.
Thank you. And I apologize for mispronouncing Eide Bailey. I hardly think it's my fault, though.
No, that's fine. I think we get Edie Bailey a lot.
Okie dokie, thanks.
Thank you so much for having me this evening. Like Nick mentioned, I'm going to be going over the district's main audit report and also the CFD report. If you could get to the next slide, Nick. On the main audit report, I'll be covering 3 opinions that the district can earn. It's on the financial statements, federal compliance, and state compliance. And on the CFD report, it's strictly just financial statements. Next slide. So before I get started, I generally like to describe and define what an audit is. It's a process designed to provide reasonable assurance whether the financial statements are free of material misstatements, and with the ultimate goal of the audit being is to provide an auditor's opinion. The highest level of opinion we provide, it's called an unmodified opinion, and the way we get there is through assessing risk on various internal controls of the district, understanding and reviewing those controls, and ultimately performing transaction-based testing of those controls. Next slide. The page I want to draw your attention to on the district's audit report, it's called the Summary of Auditors Results page. It's page 97, or if you're looking at a PDF copy, page 105. This summarizes the 3 opinions we provide on financial statement, federal awards, and also state compliance. It's all in one place. On the financial statements, the district earned an unmodified opinion. As I mentioned previously, that's the highest level of opinion an entity can earn. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies noted. On the federal awards, the district earned an unmodified opinion also. We tested 2 of the major federal programs. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies noted. Next page. On the state awards, the district again earned an unmodified opinion with no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies noted. That being said, do you have any questions on the main district report before we move on to the CFD?
Any questions?
No.
Nope. Let's continue on.
Alrighty. On the CFD, it's strictly just a financial audit of the CFD funds. The district earned an unmodified opinion. We noted no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. So on both the district and the CFD report, it's a clean bill of health from us. Do you guys have any questions on the CFD report?
Any questions? No, thank you.
All right, that's pretty much all I have. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heinlein, to you and your team.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so we're moving on to 2025-26 first interim financial reports. Mr. Heinlein.
Okay, we need some segue music or something.
Just hum to yourselves.
Whoops.
Perhaps we could hum Dominic the Donkey.
I won't ask.
Right. You need to follow me more closely on social media.
Okay, so tonight I'm going to go through our first interim report. And here's our calendar I always like to show whenever we talk about our finances, to let everyone know that in December is obviously when we present our first interim report, and it is a report that reflects all of our revenues and expenditures. And by this point in the year, we know what happened at year end last year, and those balances have been rolled forward. But again, all the data in these reports is current only as of the end of October. So we've had 6 more weeks since then, right? A couple of important updates in the first interim are our enrollment. So when we were building the budget last year in May and June, we were projecting that our enrollment would be 9,163. And again, enrollment is based on our census day or CalPADS day, that first week in October. But what really happened is 9,114 students showed up. So there were 49 less students, which We respect that difference in the future years. So this year, that's about $581,000 less in revenue than we had in our initial budget that the board approved at the end of June. Another significant update was our unduplicated count went down. So unduplicated means students that qualify for free reduced lunch are homeless or foster youth. So from last year to this year, it went down from 37.7% of students in our district that qualified in one of those categories down to 34.33. The only benefit there is that our funding is based on the 3-year rolling average. So we don't see that large percentage decrease in 1 year. We divide it by 3, and so we went down 1.12%, or down to 36.64, but that still represents a loss of $211,000 in our budget related to services for students that are unduplicated. When we look at unrestricted revenue, so these are all the dollars that the district can spend any way that it needs to. And we focus on our LCFF and revenue limit sources. The big issues, of course, was the change in enrollment and also the change in unduplicated count. But the additional dollars are from the TK add-on. So this year, there was a lot of talk about the transitional kindergarten add-on being increased by a lot. We weren't sure it was going to make it in the final state budget, but it actually did. So we were able to increase our revenue for that add-on. But with those other decreases of our loss in enrollment and unduplicated, we still got budgeting to get about $1.8 million more than we additionally planned. When we look at other state revenue, we see an addition of about $457,000. That's due to us getting additional money based on the state reimbursing us for the special education transportation we provide to our students. The state is now committed to trying to cover 60% of our transportation costs. And so last year they actually funded it. So this year we have those dollars now in the budget. The other additional, which, we like to talk about things that are kind of more than 3 or 4%, we see an increase related to about $30,000 coming from being able to charge our CFDs for managing them. So those additional dollars will help cover some of our staffing and fiscal. And then finally, I wanted to mention this line right here, which we call contributions. So these are those dollars that we take and transfer to the programs that require additional funds for us. This is basically mostly related to increasing special education costs. So we needed to move almost $1 million to cover those costs that are increasing since we built the budget. When we look at our expenditures, one of the things to notice at the top is that the budgets for salaries and benefits are typically always decreasing, right? Because when we build the budget, we like to think that Dr. Stevenson and her team are going to have every position filled, right? And that nobody's going to leave for the whole year. But as time goes on, changes happen, people vacate positions, a vacancy might last for weeks or months, or the cost of a substitute is always lower than the cost of an employee. So as the year goes on, we always typically see our salaries and benefits go down just a little bit. When we look at services and other operating expenditures, we see that has gone up. That's gone up for a few reasons. One is an additional $140,000 budgeted for staffing agency. I think we're staffing either 1 or possibly 2 LVN positions that are vacant. And also I think there is additional behavioral staff that are from an agency that are helping out. The other item is related to AB 218 from several years ago. That was the change in the statute of limitations regarding childhood sexual assault. During, I would say in the 80s and 90s, our district was part of a very large pool. That pool is having claims or had claims against it. And of course, they have to go back and then try to get money to recoup for those prior claims from 20 or 30 years ago. So our portion of that this past year was an additional $107,000 that goes towards our in our insurance bucket in our finances.
And just to clarify, that is not
There's no
having to
case
do
here.
with
There's no
cases
case
against
here,
this
right?
district.
Correct.
Cases against other districts that are in the same insurance pool.
Because we were a member of a pool with many other agencies, and it's during that time when we were a member, one of the districts that was in the pool had a judgment. Okay. Moving on to capital outlay. So capital outlay are those items that typically are more than $5,000. And we had two major increases here. One are those electric buses that we didn't get last year. We had the board resolution last year to get them. When we ended last year, there was a assignment of this amount on our finances, and now they are definitely hopefully coming this year. And so we plan to purchase those. And then there was about $326,000 for TK furniture. So we needed to buy additional furniture to put in all of the additional TKs that we opened this year. Okay, so at the end of the day, when we look at our unrestricted fund balance, all in all, we increased the bottom line by $1.3 million. And then I just highlighted this line because we are spending more. And because we're spending more, the amount of dollars we have to set aside as part of our 3% also grows. So then the difference is placed in the unassigned, unappropriated column. Any questions on unrestricted dollars?
I just had a question about the students. So the students that left the district, do we know where they went or what happens with those?
It's not necessarily that they left the district. It's that, because these are just projections, right? So it's a number that is come up with by the demographer, but mostly it kind of is rooted in kids aging up and how many kids we think we're going to get in K, TK, and how many are going to be new students coming into first. So sometimes you're off.
So I had a follow-up question on that one. I noticed you said there were 49 students that we had anticipated that didn't show up. That's about, check my math, about 1/2%.
Yeah.
I know you update us pretty frequently on how we're doing with enrollment and attendance and things like that. In regards to enrollment and trends, do you ever speak with your counterparts in other local districts, Sulphur, Newhall, Castaic, about the trends that they're seeing?
I speak with them all the time, but we don't typically talk about enrollment, but I'll ask them on Thursday.
Okay. I'm just wondering if that mirrors trends that we're seeing across the valley, if we're maybe not experiencing as significant of a dip or more significant.
Well, I will let you know that, of course, Los Angeles County is the county with the highest projected number of students that are leaving, right? So the estimate is that 20% are going to leave Los Angeles County. We're about halfway there. Our valley's a little bit different because we still have some development that's happening. But like I've said before, the new development they're not churning out the number of students that they did when West Creek was finishing up. So it's really difficult right now to make, I would say, good assumptions and good projections on where our numbers are going.
Gen Z, be fruitful and multiply. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if we get into restricted revenue, again, we see an increase of $138,000 for federal revenue, and that's basically just the carryover dollars. So again, with federal revenue, If you didn't spend the money in the prior year, you still have to recognize it as revenue in the next year. So in all of our federal programs, we carried over about $138,000. When we look at other state revenue, that's a huge increase, right? So a huge part of that, though, is related to Prop 28, which is the arts education funding. That increased by $232,000. The state took back money last year from the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, and then they gave it back to us. So that was $286,000. And then we had this new one-time grant, the Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant of $2.7 million. So all of those add up to more than $2.6 million. But our bad news so far this year is that the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, that's the program that a lot of students, the unduplicated students qualify and then participate in CDP from. The state has decreased our allotment $664,000. So that is a preliminary number. The number may grow, but our initial allocation was dropped. They're kind of pushing more money to the districts that have a higher unduplicated count. Okay, when we look at other local revenue, this is always kind of confusing because other local revenue is actually where our state special education funding drops into. So we are receiving some more state special education funding. We also received a reimbursement from LACO for those Model TK classes of about $78,000. Medi-Cal, Michelle and her team are doing an amazing job generating revenue for Medi-Cal. We increased that revenue $150,000 again. Of course, the Kaiser grant is now in there. And then the second year of that CYBHI grant is in there. That's $284,000. And Tanya can tell you what those acronyms stand for. Okay, so moving on to our expenditures. The trend that we kind of saw in unrestricted expenditures with our salaries and benefits isn't really seen here, which is, well, I don't want to say disturbing, but it's interesting to me, right? Because we do have the decrease in certificated salaries, which kind of makes sense. But the other part is Tanaz is doing a bang-up job trying to get vacant positions, special ed positions, filled by agency folks. So right now we have 20 agency people stepping into some of our vacant roles. Our classified staff is growing. So these are special ed paraeducators. These are one-on-ones. So from the beginning of school to the end of first interim, we added 12 positions. But since then, since the end of October, we've added 6 more. So we've added 18 positions for one-on-one aides. I don't know who's getting them, if they're related to the behaviors that are happening. But each one of these positions, when they work for a full year, right now the average salary for these positions, the district cost is $48,000. So 48,000 times 18 is a large chunk of additional money that we're now funding, and it kind of mirrors that $917,000 increase in contributions that we're making to special ed. So I would say, like right now, since the beginning of school, we've almost increased our funding for special ed about $1 million. When we look at books and supplies, there's a lot here, but of course we have these grant funds. We increased educator effectiveness, $90,000 increase in supplies, art, music, instructional materials, $317,000. Medi-Cal, because they're bringing in more revenue, they have $98,000 of more expenses. And of course, our gifts and donations are $295,000. So there's a lot of growth there. but also increase revenue. When we look at services, there's a lot here. Again, I mentioned the 20 agency folks. I think probably 18 are funded out of restricted money in this line for services. But we also had an additional $502,000 from expanded learning opportunity, 111 for Title I, federal special ed, 276,000, Title II, 38,000, lottery, 230,000, state special ed, about 1.1 million. So we also have our one-time grants for CalShape, that's 726,000, a large increase in maintenance, 115,000, and then Medi-Cal services here, 438,000. So a lot going on. When we look at capital outlay, it increased 642,000. This is really related to additional work being done at Bouquet for the preschool programs. Again, that's a grant funded. All right, so all in all, it sounds much worse than it kind of really is. Our variance or the change in the ending balance for our restricted programs only going down $430,000. That's our projection for this year right now. When you put both the unrestricted and restricted together, and we look at our combined, this is what everybody likes to see. Our reserve percentage growing actually from 11.89% to 12.38% as of the end of October. All of our other funds. So here's a look at all of our other funds, just very high level. The revenue expenditures. This slide does have an error on Fund 63. It wasn't an error when it was October 31st, but something that's been fixed. This shows the program spending more than it's bringing in. That is not the case. So right now, the CDP program seems to be making about $30,000 in revenue. But importantly, as we keep using these one-time state dollars, probably not this year, and probably not next year, but the year after, we're going to have to start borrowing money from other funds in order to make sure that we can pay our bills every year. And this slide kind of tells you where we can pull those dollars from. And the X's in that first column let you know where we can pull those dollars. So typically we always pull from Fund 25. Again, that's our capital facilities fund. But we've spent a lot of those dollars, and those dollars mostly are earmarked for the potential new elementary school in Entrada. Okay, looking at multi-year projections. So again, these of course are combined, hopefully for ease. So we talked about the 25-26. That's the combined numbers there. Looking into the future is where that assumption sheet is extremely important. I think you all know it has all the columns on it, and it's pretty colorful because it lets you know what we are projecting and planning for in the future years. But when we put all of that data together, at the end of the day, I'll just breeze through these slides. It shows that, of course, this year, our reserve being 12.38%, dipping to 11.63 next year, and then increasing a little bit up to 12.2% in the 27-28 school year. But I wanted to throw this slide in, because there's always a lot going on in the school finance world. And in November, at the end of November, I was at a conference and the Legislative Analyst Office spoke. This is a slide from their presentation where they've already said that COLA is going to be 2.51%. So right now, for next year, right now for us, we're still using 3.02% because there has been no official change. So that will change in January. And so I like to look at what ifs. So if our COLA next year goes down to 2.51, should drop our reserve to 11.27 for next year. But then on his slide, has the COLA actually increasing to 3.7, and that brings it up to 12.03%. There's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of questions in the world right now, which I think all of you know. So we will fasten our seatbelts and move forward.
All right. Questions, comments?
She's back there.
I did want to mention one thing, right? So this is
She's the lead negotiator.
No, I got it.
Cameron's like.
This is I think it's supposed to be a summary, but I don't know how long I've talked about it, of this SACS report, right? So the SACS report, SACS is a standard account code structure. This is the report that goes to the LA County Office of Education. This is the report that they use to determine if a district is in financial distress. What also is important is the answers to the criteria and standards part of this report. Right in front of you in your folder is Form CI. CI determines if a district is positive, negative, or qualified. So positive meaning our district can meet our current year obligations and the next 2 years. Qualified meaning there's a question if that's even possible, and negative meaning you cannot, right? So on that paper, it says you're certifying that our district is positive. So that means we're not in any type of distress yet, right? There's cackling in the back of the room, so I don't know.
All right.
That's it.
Any questions, comments?
Mr. Heinlein, I just had one quick question. Have you been able to do a deep dive in terms of the unduplicated count? Is that decrease a function just of the applying the percentage to the decrease in the students, or are you seeing any trend in there? It's maybe time to do what we did a few years ago and sort of reach out to parents and make sure that those that qualify do so.
We did this same process we've done for the last couple of years. We've offered an incentive to school sites to make sure everybody fills out the one question form. This is the second year that we've seen a decrease. But I'm not sure why, or if truly people don't qualify, which when you look at home prices and everything around here, I don't know how you would qualify. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned previously that when we have open positions for kind of an extended period of time, in general education, we have substitutes cover those positions, and that kind of, we perceive lower expenditures, right? It costs less for a substitute than a certificated teacher in the classroom. When that's the case in special education, and you mentioned that we use agencies to fill those positions, how does that compare? Is that more expensive than when we're able to fill those positions? Is it cheaper like when there's a substitute?
It's more expensive, I think, is it all cases? Yes.
I'm sorry, what did you want?
The cost of an agency person versus an employee, is it all cases or most all cases? There's not even one that it's not true? Yeah, see. Yeah.
But not long term, right? Because of the retirement side of it, or?
Well, I think it's, how hard is it to find a speech language pathologist? And it could be worse if one retires, but.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, again, Mr. Heinlein, thank you very much.
All right.
All right, moving on to item 4C, math curriculum pilot process update. Is that you, Mr. Clement?
It is.
Welcome.
So I can't even really say that was great with numbers, but I don't love the numbers, but this is math, so I have to still love numbers. But we'll look at it from an ed services point of view. Just to get started, as Mr. Heinlein pulls up the presentation, I want to give a shout out to the team who stands before us, Dr. Factor and AC and Carol, our math TOSAs. This is a process that has been underway for years. If you aren't aware, the state has a new math framework that took them forever to edit, revise, and get passed, which delayed the adoption, material selection. But these two did not wait. They were researching, they were going to staff development, they were in the desert, they were in the mountains, they were at the beach. I don't know where they were everywhere. I went with them sometimes, and sometimes they were off doing it on their own. But what they did is they brought back all of these instructional strategies that had to do with the framework even before it was adopted. And they've been working with our teachers on these strategies ever since, really laying the groundwork for the work that we are doing today that's prepared us for this moment, which is why I believe we're probably one of the first districts starting to pilot, because we were ready with those lists and our teams the minute they were adopted, and we're on the ground running right away. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to them and say a beginning thank you instead of saying it at the end.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm Carol McElroy. I am one of the math TOSAs, and this is my partner, Casey Matalastis. And we're very excited to be here today and share with you sort of our process and what we have been doing to prepare for new curriculum, the math pilot. Slide, please. So as we approach this task, Casey and I, we always kept in mind a vision statement of what we're looking for in our students, always making sure we're focusing on the students themselves and the kinds of behaviors we want to see students doing. If you're looking at that quickly, you'll see everything starts with students do the thinking. It is the students do the bulk of the work. It's the students who learn the hows and the whys of math. So keeping constantly in our mind this vision of what we are hoping to see in a classroom working with new curriculum. Slide. Thank you. So with this vision for learning that was created, we began to dive into the framework. We have been looking at the framework through its many iterations before it was ratified many years ago. And while the math standards themselves stay the same, the framework, the book that sort of surrounds the math standards has made changes and was finally ratified in 2023, which is wonderful. And it does approach the way in which we organize the standards in a slightly different way. Using their own words, they say that the new framework lays out an approach to curriculum and instruction that harnesses and builds on students' curiosity and sense of wonder about mathematics, about the mathematics they see around them. So as we began looking at this, we're thinking to ourselves, what this is going to mean for the classroom instruction, what it's going to look like on a daily basis. So as students engage with the curriculum, they will be encouraged to make connections. And if I were to pick one word that sort of describes the framework, which is hard to do. It's a very large document, but it really is about connections, making mathematical connections, not only connections that they make from standard to standard in the ways that they can be put together, but also they will connect their mathematical ideas with the why, the what, and the how of mathematics. And the framework defines those in those three ways. The why we do mathematics in the framework are the drivers of investigations. That's the reason anybody does mathematics, in school, not in school, whoever that is. The what are the content connections. There's 4 of those, and anything you do in mathematics will involve those 4 content connections. The how are what are called the standards for mathematical practices. There's 8 of those, and those are about the behaviors we really want to see the students engage in as they are doing their mathematical investigations. So with that in mind, Casey and I are going to kind of go through our process and how we moved through this process of coming up with a pilot. New slide, please. So I'm forgetting one more slide. I talked that one early. Thank you. All right. So step 1 for us, again, was to make sure we had a full and complete understanding of the framework. We wanted to understand exactly how they were organizing the standards. And what they do is they put the standards into what are called big ideas. And they are specific to each grade level. An example is, let's see, we have fractions as relationships is a 4th grade big idea. Shapes in the world is a kindergarten big idea. All right. And as we began to understand the framework and how it was putting things together, we began to realize that the components of the frameworks, those things you are seeing there, like reasoning, investigation, open task, those kinds of things are going to be a very dramatic shift compared to the curriculum we are working with now. And we realized that we could not wait for new curriculum to begin implementing these shifts. All right. I'll pass on to Casey.
Next slide, please. So step 2 in our process for the pilot was how do we best prepare our teachers? And we really wanted to look at what were the key elements and strategies that the framework focused on that would help our teachers in the here and now. So 3 years ago, Carol and I started creating a long-term PD plan that we really wanted to help teachers start to see these ideas in play before waiting until we had new curriculum. So we really looked at what were the effective strategies the framework was saying would be embedded into any new curriculum we had. So for the last 3 years, Carol and I have offered close to 70 professional development. They were optional professional developments that really focused in on some of those key elements in the framework, such as math routines, problem-solving strategies, to help teachers start to embrace this shift that was coming. We also offered 2 book clubs. We called our first book club the Coalition of the Willing. Mainly that was surrounded by about 70 teachers who volunteered to read the book with Carol and I. It was about making sense of mathematics, and it really honed in on the importance of conceptual understanding. We also did a book club last year on building thinking classrooms. It's a very popular book right now. And that really helped to the teachers build off of the idea how important it was to engage our students in open tasks and to help promote better student engagement. All of those were optional until this year. This year, Carol and I actually had the opportunity to bring all of our K through 6th grade teachers in for a training session with us that really looked at laying the foundation. We wanted to make sure all teachers leaving this year had the same foundational pieces in play so they all would be ready to roll out new curriculum when they got it in their hands. The main thing we thought about was curriculum is only as good as the teacher who is presenting it. Otherwise, it's just written words on paper. So we wanted to make sure every teacher would feel supported and ready to go. Next slide, please. Oh, I must apologize. A byproduct of all of that preparation for the last 3 years has been an over 7% growth in our state testing, and we now lead the Santa Clarita Valley Elementary Schools in math instruction. So kudos to all of our teachers who are still here in the audience. Next slide, please. So our step 3 in our pilot process was looking at what do our teachers feel like they are looking for in a future curriculum. We knew we couldn't involve the entire district in a pilot program, but we wanted to make sure all teachers had a voice in what the new curriculum looked like. So at the end of the last school year, we surveyed teachers and asked, what were your top priorities? And listed here were the top 5 priorities. We had about 120 teachers complete the survey. So I won't go into all of those, but those were the 5 top priorities. Next slide, please. Step 4 really started, last year as well as carried over into this year. Our goal was that we needed to vet the curriculum. There was lots of curriculum options out there, and we really wanted to make sure that we incorporated the survey results that we were given by our teachers, but also looked at 3 of the must-haves for our district. The first must-have is it had to be a K through 6 program. Many of the curriculums out there are K-5, so we had to have a K-6 program. The second non-negotiable that we needed to look for was a Spanish component because we needed to support our DLI program. And the third is it had to be highly rated on EdReports. EdReports is a website that vets curriculum and does a lot of the,
dirty work, I guess, really diving in and evaluating curriculum both on its rigor, its coherence, and its focus, as well as usability for teachers. So unless it was highly rated, Carol and I eliminated those options. So through that process of narrowing down curriculum, we then began to create our piloting committee. Our piloting committee, we reached out to our Coalition of the Willing First because they had already gone through a book club. They had a really good understanding of the framework. So once reaching out to those members, we then reached out to the entire district. We established our committee, which you can see is the breakdown on our screen. It involves a DLI teacher, an SDC teacher, as well as combination teachers and STA leadership. We have all 14 school sites represented and all grade levels as well. Once we brought our committee together for the first time in October, we presented them with 4 curriculum options, and the committee then narrowed it down to the 2 they would like to pilot, which is our classroom mathematics and Envision. Next slide, please.
So that brings us to where we are now. We've just finished the training for the classroom mathematics with the teachers. When we get back from the break, they will begin their 6-week pilot of the classroom mathematics program. Then we will switch to the Envision, and they will have 6 weeks to work with the Envision. Then we'll get together, and we should have the pilot committee will be ready to make a recommendation in April to you. And that's the story of the pilot. Are there any questions or anything we can do to answer for you?
Ms. Grease.
Yeah, so thank you. So the 4 that you guys are looking at, obviously, are you guys gonna let the board know what those 4 options are before you guys make a determination? Or are you guys only gonna come in April with the 1 recommendation of the curriculum to use?
Correct. They're going to be piloting the 2 programs, which is classroom mathematics and Envision. The teachers will get together, and then they will make that recommendation, and then we'll come to you with that recommendation.
So is there not an opportunity for the board to see those 2 recommendations before you guys recommend? So that we can learn about the 2 programs?
There will be a public viewing before.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll have.
And when is that?
Take a look at it.
So we will see it at the same time as the public?
Yep.
We won't see it beforehand as a board?
No.
I'd like to ask the 4 other members if you guys are okay with seeing it at the same time as the public and not being able to review it as a group before it goes to the public. It's well within our right, within a trustee.
I'm perfectly okay with the process that has been established. It's our policy and something that we've done repeatedly. We depend on the teachers who are on the committee to make the recommendation. I don't know how we would evaluate mathematics curriculum.
Yeah, I don't think it's about not trusting the work that the teams are doing. It's not about that. We are not educators. You guys are the expert, but as a group of 5 on the board who help govern this district, I think it's part of our responsibility to make sure that we understand the curriculum. We may have a different set of eyes and views and questions that you guys may not have thought about, which isn't bad. It's not, it's not good or bad. It's just a different way of looking at things. And I get that it's been tradition, but tradition sometimes is meant to be broken to include all, points of view and just to learn more about the curriculum. This isn't any different than any other district within this valley that actually looks at the curriculum before it's adopted. Saugus just is the only one that does it differently.
I'm okay looking at it.
That's true, but
It actually is true.
Recommendation teachers, and I think that's more technical than, that's getting down into the weeds, which is not our bailiwick as a board. But
It's not getting into the weeds by learning more about, I'm not saying go through page by page. What I'm saying is learning more about what those 2 offerings are. It's not getting into the weeds. It's actually being educated within the curriculum that's supporting the district.
If you want to change the policy, you're welcome to bring that up and change the policy.
Which board policy is it?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you which the curriculum adoption.
Dr.
policy
Hawkins,
is,
do you
but-
mind providing that board policy?
I most certainly can. I look for it, but I want to be clear because I don't know that the questioning is going the way it needed to. I think what I hear you saying, Mrs. Grease, is that you would like to have an opportunity to look at the two programs that the teachers are piloting.
Yep.
I don't
Not
think.
keeping it from you. Yeah.
Let me finish.
Mhm.
I don't think that that's what
Keeping it from you.
he was intending. I think he was offering that it's normally done if you want to see and peruse the things, you do that during the public viewing, because the teachers have been trained by the publishers in it, and then we'll pilot it. And that is the process that I'm not going to say all categorically, but most districts use, so that they are using that, and then comes the duking it out over which one people want. And then that is generally the recommendation. And then it is looked at by the public. But if members of the board or the board in its majority would like to see those items and look through them during the process prior to the public piece, I don't think there's any problem with that. So if
Great.
that's what you're asking
That is
for,
exactly what I'm asking.
Okay.
So perfect. Thank
not
you.
a problem.
Great.
And that's for any of you who want to do that. It'll be in your office.
Yeah,
There you go.
we have some samples. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to ask to see something before we make a decision, right? So and we appreciate the opportunity for you to come up and, show the two different options. But I think, I understand what you're saying. It's like, it'd be good to see it in advance so we can have more to talk about, or more to say, okay, well, I like this about this, or not about that. But I think it's reasonable.
It's also really important for everybody in the community to understand that for K-8 textbooks, they come off of a state adopted list, whereas for 9-12, they can be textbooks that the staff chooses to meet. It's really difficult for elementary school districts in particular to choose textbooks that are not on the list, because they have so many different criteria that they have to meet for equity and inclusion and different pieces, language needs, intervention needs, all of those different things. So we take it from the list, and I think you vetted them based on that information and the framework.
Absolutely.
knowledge.
When is the window for the public viewing?
It'll be in May.
In May.
Or April, May.
I believe it's very end of April, a little bit of May, right there.
So it'll be following the recommendation.
No.
Should be.
No,
Oh,
it'd be
okay.
prior to.
Yes.
Prior.
Right.
You look at it anytime we have it, but there's going to be a public, like a window, I forget how long the window is, where there'll be multiple opportunities for the public to come see.
We usually set up the materials so that and advertise it so that the public can come in and look through the materials, not just like have a presentation, but they can actually pick up the books, right, prior to the board making the final.
That's all input used then in the final.
So for those board members that would like to take a look prior to that, do we just reach out to you, Dr. Frechter? Yeah, okay, great. Anything further?
I just had a question about the professional development. With the recommendation coming in towards the end of this school year, are we looking at implementing for the 26-27 school year? And how much professional development do you think is involved in?
Well, what we understand so far is definitely for next year.
Time wise.
Yeah, we will. So definitely for next year, we want the program implemented. We have an opportunity to do some pre-professional development in the summer right after school, and that will be Mrs. Manlastis and I kind of giving teachers who want a preview, they can start getting into it. Many teachers like to plan over the summer, but then certainly the reps will be here before the beginning of the school year and give official to everybody professional development in the program. And we're certainly hoping to have more guided and continual development and support for the teachers as time goes on as well.
And what about the procurement process? So if we're, I would assume we would be ultimately voting to adopt late April, early May. Does that give us enough time to get all the materials we need?
It's one of the reasons why we were trying to get through as quickly as we can, because we would like to be able to get those purchased so we have them in our hands as early as possible.
Okay, and I'm sure you've worked with the publishers to ensure that they've got
Mhm.
enough on hand that they can meet not only our needs, but
Yes.
Those other folks that adopt. Okay.
It's a typical.
Yeah. Anything further? Okay. Fantastic. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to our teachers, the two of you, the three of you, and our students on those increases. Thank you.
And just all the teachers that were helped pilot and look at these materials over the last 3 years. It's been a lot of them and they've done amazing work. So I thank all of them.
Indeed. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item 4D, artificial intelligence in Saugus Union School District. Mr. Clement.
Turn it over to our AI guru.
Yay.
She's going to kill me for that.
Dr. Fractor, you're in all of these groups.
I missed you guys. So tonight we're just going to give a snapshot of where our district is with artificial intelligence and possibly, look at where we could go. It's a very fast world out there with AI. So we'll give you a snapshot of where we are. Next slide, please.
So I'm Kathleen Pertisat, the coordinator of assessments and special projects. And so we're just going to talk a little bit about AI. So in terms of artificial intelligence in the schools, it's really just artificial intelligence as a definition is simulating human thinking using computer systems. And so it can be used in all different ways. We used it in professional development today, but like one simple example is I need to draft a cover letter. This is everything I needed to say, generate that. And then it does it and it sounds like your voice and that sort of thing. So we gave some examples of different ways that it's being used right now. And that's what we're
Next slide. Okay, so why are we having this conversation? Well, as we know, education is evolving and so is AI. I mean, even when we made this presentation, I feel like it's changed rapidly from the initial, conversations of drafting it. So there's a fast-paced environment out there with AI. And so it is there. Our students have access to it. Our teachers have access to it. Our community has access to it. And so it's really important for us to be able to navigate and understand it so that we can guide our students and support our teachers in future.
So some of our current practices on the screen up there on the left side is a snapshot from one of the common sense media lessons that our 21st century learning TOSAs put together for 6th grade, because 6th grade teachers are the ones that are in terms of introducing it. So Common Sense Media is a platform that does digital citizenship, and they've come out with an artificial intelligence curriculum. So we've made that available, and just that particular lesson slide is about artificial intelligence. Is it plagiarism? And so it's just really making kids understand what the use is, when it's appropriate, when it's not. That's one use. And then also the other example on the right side is a teacher generating two texts for comparing and contrasting in a high interest thing. So a high interest topic. So they have a student who's really into Pokemon, not a huge fan of reading. And so to get them to read about two texts, they had AI generate two different paragraphs about Charmander and Pikachu. And I know those because I have Pokemon children. So, but yeah. So that would be high interest for my son as well. But it just is a way for the teacher to just on the fly or when you're planning, be able to bring in a high interest thing without having to write it yourself. So that's some of the ways that it's being used right now. Next slide.
Okay, so with you tonight, we're going to focus on 4 areas. So those are the 4 areas: personalized learning, intervention, accessibility, task efficiency, and responsible technology use. What our current just practice is, not necessarily AI, but how AI could also enhance what we're doing and make it more efficient or improve it in one way or another.
So looking at personalized learning, right now we use iReady, Diagnostic, and then MyPath to kind of generate a student's pathway in terms of how they go through a skills progression. But the kind of enhancement with AI that's really just currently just for our 6th graders, but is expanding, is the use of iReady Pro, which more uses that diagnostic data to eliminate some of the lessons that kids don't need to repeat because they already have it. So it's just really even more individualized. And then, for instance, for our intervention plans, we have data from all over that we try to put together. But one of the programs, Panorama Solara, that is something that we use. protects our students' privacy, but we can upload all of that data and it will generate a really individualized plan academically or behaviorally based on all of that data. So it kind of it speeds up the process of fine tuning and pinpointing exactly what strategies might be effective for that child. Next slide.
Next slide, please. So when we look at intervention accessibility and what our current practices are, so for example, our students use a lot of different technological tools to support them. So learners have some language tools to help them. There's online dictionaries that all of our students can access via a lot of their apps in Clever. And so what we're finding is that we could use AI to enhance a lot of these tools to make them more targeted and useful in terms of speech to text, read aloud, a lot more embedded tools that maybe necessarily we aren't accessing, but AI could help our students access those tools. Another example is similar to what KP was talking about. So we have a literacy screener, our reading for difficulty screener that we've launched this year called Multitudes. And so we have that screener, but really it's important data for us to look at. So similar to what she had talked about, with AI, we could possibly look at that data, put it in AI, and have targeted plans that address the needs. And it doesn't mean looking at it and taking it for face value. I think this is where the educator comes in and really critically analyzing what we're looking at. So it's not just doing all the work for us, but it's taking a heavy lift. So more of the time could be spent discussing the student, discussing the plan, and figuring out how we're going to enact the plan. Next slide, please.
And then in terms of task efficiency, we have Katie Arnold, who is like the queen of school-wide schedules in the room. I'm just going to call you out on that because you're amazing at it. But AI could help you. AI can then help you in that, putting in all of that data and having it generate a schedule that works for all of the schedule pullouts and the RSP times and the speech times, and all of that can be just more efficiently done with AI. And it just, even just using all of these tools can allow teachers more time to focus on like implementation of strategies and less time on just the culling of the data.
And responsible technology use. This is the key one, right? We always hear about this. Obviously we're always working with our students about best practices in terms of when they're using technology, what's appropriate to use. And also we want to make sure that we're safe. So currently we do follow in our district best practices for integration of information, especially using Clever. And then AI could help make sure that we standardize platforms that are COPA compliant. And if you were curious what COPA means, it is Child's Online Privacy Protection Act. So it's federal law to make sure that we are keeping our students' information safe and secure, because that is a concern. And also just making sure that AI is being used in a way that is responsible, right? So it's not doing the work of thinking for the students, but really working with students to use it in a way that helps them access information or understand it possibly better, but definitely not doing the thinking for them. But that takes work to help them understand how to do that. So that's where AI could enhance what students are doing with AI.
So just in terms of reasons that we want to explore AI further, it really could help us align with the 4 C's of 21st century learning, which are creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. So really helping our kids use it as a tool and not to replace their thinking, but to help them narrow their ideas and really kind of go deeper into topics and that sort of thing. So that's really why we do see the importance of it in education. Next slide.
Then in looking at what our students will encounter when they leave us and go off to the Heart District, they are starting to talk to students about appropriate use. They do have a stoplight system. I know they're working with teachers on training them. So different assignments will have a different stoplight so students know when and how to access AI. Personally, my daughter uses it, but she uses it to help her study. So she'll all of her notes from her AP class, and then it gives her quizzes and questions to practice and study. And that's because her teacher taught her how to do that. So I think they are working, again, it's moving faster than we can even imagine, but teachers there are working with students to have them use it appropriately and not do the thinking for them. But again, students are going to still access it. So I think this is how they're starting, but I know they are diving deeper into it as well.
And then just anecdotally, I have a 7th through 11th grader, and the 7th grade teachers at Back to School Night are very more hardcore. Like, we're not going to use it as much in the instructional or in the learning piece, whereas the 11th grader is being more introduced to using it for studying. And so they really have a progression of what they're doing, and that's kind of what we want to build towards in what we do. So our key concept for shifting educator mindset is we want to make sure that students are using AI to enhance learning, not replace thinking. That's really the big piece. So we want to go from AI should always be prohibited for students to AI as a supportive tool that we can that can help students really achieve success and really sharpen some of those skills.
And then we just found this quote so fitting for a lot of technology in our life, but definitely with AI, right? It's a great tool. It will never replace good teachers, but it can make great teachers transformational and really support teachers in the heavy lift that the work that they're doing to help it be more targeted for students. And that takes us to questions.
All right. Ms. Grace.
Nothing for me.
Okay, Mrs. Garibay.
So I know we focused a lot on the student side of this, but what about the teacher side? I know I personally use ChatGPT for different things, and it makes life a lot easier. So is there any thought on that? The nice thing about ChatGPT, as an example, is that the more you put, if you have an enterprise account or something that everyone is using, right, the machine becomes smarter, and then it does things more efficiently or whatever. So is there any thought on that?
So as we roll it out, we are going to encourage our staff to use Gemini because we are a Google Apps for Education district. And so as we use Gemini, if we inadvertently put a child's name in there, it's not going out into the machine.
Yep.
So it's more protected information. So that will be where, like a special education teacher that might want to use it, they would use that walled garden in order to do that. But our teachers are using it for things like you mentioned, all the time. And so we want to make sure that the children are exposed to it as well, because they are needing to know how to do it with thinking critically, right? Because it's not, we don't want it to replace what they need to do. And it also, teachers have to be more savvy about how they're creating lessons, right? Because a kid can go home and do a 10-slide PowerPoint on California missions in 5 minutes, right? And so we can't do that project anymore. We have to think of a different way to show learning as opposed to just that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think a lot of our teachers are already using it, just like example. Okay. And we looked at a 6th grade writing standard, and we used AI to help us kind of unpack it and really identify, what might be some good strategies to look at mastery of this standard. And then it was a conversation. So we spent 30 seconds typing it in and getting that. And then we spent 2 hours on the discussion of what that could look like in practice.
Yeah.
And each of our Gemini accounts
Yes.
gave slightly different perspectives. So it was even good for us to kind of then debate out which wording we liked better on whose computer and that sort of thing.
I like the idea of using to customize things, right? So like the Pokemon example is a good one where you can teach the same material, but now you're using it with something that it's maybe more interesting to one student versus another. And it just helps with the
that
learning
high
side of
interest helps a
things.
lot.
Yeah.
But it's still learning. So sometimes you put stuff in there and you're like, oh, no, exactly what I wanted. But you're right. I think it's going to just keep going up.
Mr. Trunky.
Just a couple of questions. And I assume when you talk about iReady Pro, that's a teacher tool, right? That helps the student.
So the
right?
student actually is the one on iReady Pro. So they take a diagnostic 3 times a year, and then iReady Pro is the lessons that they're given. So it's in 6th grade, it's they've rolled it out, where instead of, if they say test at a 4th grade level on the iReady diagnostic, it's not going to give them every single 4th grade lesson then. It's going to skip the ones that, based on their diagnostic, they did well on. So it kind of condenses that path for the student, so they're not repeating information that they don't need, because that's where that frustration for kids come in, is like, why am I doing fractions again when I, got 100% on it last time? So that's the iReady Pro is the iReady's newest program, but they've only rolled it out for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. So only our 6th graders are using it.
So is that in place of the iReady license for that student that we have?
Correct.
So we at some point need to sort of replace,
It's the same.
It's no, like it's
or
partly
it's available under the same
right. Like,
license that we already have. So it's,
for sixth grade.
and it's not an additional cost?
Nope.
And what about the Panorama Solara?
So that is an additional cost.
So
I
we're
don't.
still exploring it
Yeah.
to see if it's a valuable tool as we learn more about it.
Mhm.
So it's an additional cost, and they just launched it too. So something works.
Mhm.
And then in terms of the PLC stuff, you're not talking about purchasing another tool for that, just incorporating that the AI use as a potential tool within the PLC process.
Correct, because part of our Google Apps for Education licensing, because we're an education, I forget what it is, Education Plus district or something like that, we already have access to all of those tools embedded.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. Thank you. Ms. Cooper.
Oh, there's just two things that like concern me, and you already mentioned both of them. The student data, so I'm glad to hear that that's, been well focused on. And then the critical thinking skills. So like, even if they prepare something using AI, then are they being taught to go back and read it critically?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that exact kind of lesson is something that we would do in a digital citizenship type lesson. So, comparing two sources and seeing which one can we back up and justify as legitimate and which one isn't, that kind of thing. Those lessons kind of give them that filter to go, wait a second, there's something about this that's not right. So teaching them the right questions to ask in that sort of situation is really important. And to always check their facts, right? And so, if it says that someone was born in a certain year, go Google that just to make sure, or go to whatever and just verify that the information is correct and we're not getting it from an inaccurate source.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. I really appreciate the presentation. This is something that's been very important to me. We're kind of at that cusp, and I remember years ago with the introduction of Wikipedia, and how at first the educator's standpoint on it was, no, stay off, it's unreliable. But Wikipedia has come to be one of the most reliable sources that we have access to. I've been involved in a few conversations recently, and that have allowed me to see kind of some pretty extreme cases of how school districts and educators are handling AI. And I get it. It's relatively new, and it's, like you said, changing daily. Like Mrs. Garibay, I use AI every day for my work, and what it couldn't do yesterday, it's doing today pretty well. And so, every day is kind of a new experience with it. I was speaking with a friend of mine who uses AI for her work as well, and she mentioned interestingly, her 7th grade daughter came in the room and said, "Mom, you're using ChatGPT, that's bad." And she had been taught that this is an evil thing that you need to stay away from at all cost. And it had been learned pretty well. And then when she started to, she sat down next to her mom and started seeing what she was doing, she was, wow, that's cool. I didn't realize that AI could do that. I also had a recent conversation with some school leaders, somewhat locally, not here in Santa Clarita, but in Southern California. And they talked about how their district has developed a closed chat, something only available to their staff, where they've uploaded all district documents, board policies, ed code, state standards, all those different things, so that anyone on the staff at any time could go in and access and say, I want to, I don't know, make public comment to the board about something, but I want to make sure that I understand what their policies are. Can you give me this? And but it was closed. It was only accessible to district staff. I thought that was a great idea. I just want to make sure it's elementary levels, right? Probably not going to go super deep in the T-Clay classrooms, but I think we can do our friends at the Hart District a huge service if our 6th graders are graduating up and understand what AI is, what it isn't, and kind of the basics of how to use it ethically. So with that, I'm done grandstanding. I appreciate your presentation.
Very ambitious.
Thank you. Anything further? All right. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item 5A.
Mr. President, if we
Yes.
could, but before we get to the business part, maybe take a 2 or 3 minute break.
Sure, let's aim for 2, but I'll give you 3, and we'll see you then.
I'll be done.
All right. We will begin with item 5A, approve resolution 2025-26, number 34, a resolution of the governing board of the Saugus Union School District for the observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Clement.
All right, just recognizing when we come back from break that January 19th is MLK Day, remembering him and all the civil rights movement that came with it.
Fantastic. Any questions or comments? All right, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Grease. Aye. Ms. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Trunky.
Aye.
Mr. Watson.
Aye.
I vote aye. The resolution passes 5-0.
Fantastic. Thank you. Item 4A, annual review of board policies and administrative regulations in compliance with Education Code 35160.5.
It's me.
All right, Ms. Harris.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were making a statement. I didn't realize it was a question. It is me.
Oh.
These are two annual policies that we should be reviewing annually. I guess it's redundant. Sorry. The first one, the intra-district open enrollment is really timely because we usually bring that in January, what our open and closed schools are. There are no recommended changes. Our policy is actually updated more recent than the CSBA policy. Was recommending their last update was in 2008, and ours has been updated in 2022, as well as our extracurricular activities. Some of the language in there for like our middle school, high school programs. And again, ours was updated in 2018. CSBA's last update was in 2009. And so there are no recommended changes with each of those policies.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions, comments, please?
Yep. Second page, first paragraph. The language, superintendent or designee shall use a random, unbiased selection process to determine which students shall be admitted.
Can I just interrupt and ask which document you're looking at?
Yeah, that I was gonna, which one? The AR, the policy?
The 5116.1.
The board policy or the?
BP or the A?
Okay, thank you.
The what?
BP 5116.1.
I'd like to maybe revisit the language that uses a random, unbiased selection process. I really like what Newhall District did, where they replaced the first come, first serve. I feel like it eliminates the gray area of it and the ambiguity and kind of personal preference.
Are you referring to the paragraph about the enrollment decision is not based on student academic or athletic performance?
The first paragraph that says, except for the enrollment priorities listed above, the random unbiased selection process. It's the random unbiased that I'm referring to, and would like to replace it with, I like what Newhall had done, first come, first serve basis selection process.
So to be clear, this has to do with students coming in from outside the district.
Mm-hmm.
What is the board think?
Yeah. I certainly understand your point. I work in the charter world, and we're required by law to use kind of a lottery process when choosing that. And so we kind of have a cutoff date, and all the applications sort of build up to that. And then there's a random lottery process that we use. So this kind of makes sense and jives in my world. I'm just kind of considering the ramifications of going with a first come, first serve policy. I don't know. Anybody else?
I agree. I'm more in favor of the lottery, for lack of a better terminology, because not everybody can get all of their paperwork in exactly the same way. And does someone go to the back of the line if one of their forms was incomplete and we have to send it back to them? The fact that it's a lottery makes it everybody has equal access to whatever spots are available, as opposed to just giving them to the first person.
A previous paragraph indicates that there's a deadline to submit those applications. Is there a time that the window opens?
So typically with our intra-district enrollment for the following school year, we announce when that time period is. It's usually a 2-week period if they wish to change schools internally. We timestamp those applications of when they're received, and then they receive them at the school sites, and then they're forwarded to the district office for processing. Part of the process of selection is dependent on that timestamp of when they turn that in. There's also for the students that have a priority in that as well. So for families that may have siblings at that particular school, there's a timestamp and then a priority, or maybe there's a employee, like a teacher who wants to have their student in, there's that timestamp in the priority. So for example, if you're suggesting a lottery, if you have a family that has a sibling because there might be a special day class program, or they have multiple, like my family, we had 5 kids. And so instead of them having to go to different schools, they have a priority there. So if we would change that to a lottery, all those families, dependent on the timestamp or those unique circumstances, would go equally into a pool. And then so you're suggesting then we would just draw names depending on however many spots we have. For TK was really popular last year, I will say. If we have 20 spots in TK and we had, 40 families apply for that particular site, we would do a lottery. Is that what
What's
you're?
the random process that exists now if it's not some sort of a lottery?
Well, it sounds like you do use
The random processes is a timestamp where all the applications that come in, they have a timestamp of when they were received.
I think they're changing the language to first come, first serve is actually more accurate based on what you're saying. So that it is a first come, first serve, because you're time stamping it, and based on the sequence of who submits their applications, that's how people are accepted. So I
It's
think
unbiased in the sense that
Surely first come, first serve.
Yeah.
There are
No,
priorities that allow
there
for
are.
the jump. Yeah.
I think you
Well, there's
want
other-
to be careful though with
Mhm.
the first come, first serve,
Mhm.
because you can create a situation where you're gonna have tents out in front of the district office for that time before the change comes. And then I do think that the issues of siblings and all of them, trying to go to school, and we've honored different programs. I think if you'd like us to look at how we can clean up the language to make it more reflective of the process that she uses, we can do that and bring it back.
Well, it lists all of the enrollment priorities like sibling.
Mhm.
So my understanding of it is that the random is after all of those priorities have already been addressed. Right?
Yeah. Right.
So
If
then
there
the
are
ones
spots
that are
left.
left have
it's a first come,
no
first serve.
enrollment priority, and they're the ones that you just.
Yeah, so after we pull out the priorities, the randomness becomes sort of the time stamp that we have in terms of when they processed. I will say that we never stop processing transfers. So for people that have some districts, if you miss that deadline, you're done. Like you're just out. In our district, we never really stop. So the applications that we take a look at first are the ones that meet within that window. However, if we still have space and they applied, and we had people last year apply for transfers in May and June and July, as we get them in, we're still processing those, and we take a look, and there may be space at that time, and we'll grant them. So we're continuing to do transfers, even though that's the window. They're kind of like a priority window, and those are the transfer applications that we take a look at first.
We're kind of already doing it first come, first serve after the priority.
So it
is
sounds
it-
like, yeah, we're.
Part of that is reflected in our AR. If you take a look at the other piece of it, they do talk about I was just looking at the siblings.
I don't think anyone's negating the bullet point, but set the priority. But
Sure.
that comes before the next set of students that come in. So nobody's talking about that. What we're talking about is that the policy right now is for those students, and it truly is a first come, first serve basis. Let's just get that into the policy so that it reflects actually what we're doing and not something that is vague and leaves it up for interpretation. So it's more about the 5 of us. Do we agree to change that language so that it reflects the actual process. And again, nothing that is ambiguous or up for interpretation. It should be the five of us really talking about that.
I do,
If
and
we do that, I would, because
Great.
this is based on Ed Code 3516055, so I would want to make sure that changing that language would be legal.
Totally, and I think precedent would be the New Home District has already done that. So I think we can use that precedent, but then also, yes, to your point, make sure that it's legal. But if our process is really first come, first serve, that should be the language that we're using. Just so that we, squash any interpretation of what an unbiased, random selection process looks like.
I'm still a little bit unsure of what our actual process is, though, so I'd like to get some more information about that. Because it sounds like what you're describing is typically we end up being able to accommodate just about everybody who applies. But I think what we're trying to talk about is what happens if the number of spots that's available is less than the number of people that are left over after all of the priorities have been satisfied. And let's say there's 10 spots, but there's 25 people on the list that want to get into that school. How do we choose which of those 25 get those 10 spots? Is that based on what you're saying, the timestamp of when their application was, or is that based on something else?
So currently, I would say after we pull out all the priorities, the next level we look at is the timestamp of the students with the remaining spots, so to say. And then any of those families that didn't get a spot last year, we started like a wait list for the families who really wanted to get in. And as spots opened up, we went back on the wait list. Our office managers did an amazing job. As families moved somewhere else, we kept that list. And so after they had any residents that needed to be placed that may have been not seated there, they went down, and the students who requested that spot that didn't get it, they would pull them off the list and honor that. So again, we do our very best to try and seat everybody where they want to be. And that season sort of starts in February and goes all the way through probably the first 2 weeks of schools when there's a significant slowdown to that.
so you had mentioned that you could possibly look into cleaning up the language so that A, it's a little bit clearer for the five of us, and B, more reflective of what we're actually doing.
Yes, I can bring a draft of that next time.
Yeah, so we can bring it back
Is that what you're asking me to do?
Yes, please. Yeah, and so we'll bring it back next time for second reading, but not necessarily adoption.
And just to clean up the language, there isn't anything that you're requesting that's in the language, just so I'm clear.
Saying that we replace random, unbiased selection process to be first come, first served selection process. First come, first served basis selection process. I'm happy to send you the New Halls board policy if you want the exact language.
You're the only one that hasn't weighed in.
I said I was fine with that. I mean, I think based on what Ms. Berry said, the process is actually based on a timestamp. So yes, that's true. Like the way that it reads now, it's a random, unbiased, but it actually isn't. It's based on priority of when you submit your application. So yeah, I think it
So
could
you
be
want to
cleaned
change
up.
the language to say first come.
It could be cleaned up
Okay.
to make it
Yeah.
more clear. Yes.
So I think that the
Okay.
three ladies want it to say first come, first served.
Yeah, because that's what's actually happening.
If that's
Okay.
legal.
Okay.
That works for me.
And New Hall is doing something illegal, which I'm sure is not the case by that.
I'm not intending to insinuate that. Because this is directly from Ed Code, I would like it to be confirmed.
All right. Are you clear with the guidance, the instruction that we've given?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So next time we'll bring it back for second reading. How would we bring that back for second reading and adopt? Well, we could bring it back for second reading and adoption and not adopt, right? If we need more adjustment. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Item, what is that? Roman numeral 7A. Conduct a public hearing of the 2026-27 initial bargaining proposal from the Saugus Union School District to the Saugus Teachers Association. Normally I have things here that I'm supposed to read, but I don't have those things. I was looking for that script. Didn't find it. No, it's not in the agenda. I just see the different items.
I think you can wing it.
I think I can wing it too. Thank you, Pam. All right. The governing board will hold a public hearing to receive public comments regarding the district's 2026-27 initial bargaining proposal and request to enter into negotiations with STA for the commencement of bargaining reopeners seeking modifications, changes, and improvements to the SUSD STA collective bargaining agreement. Public hearing shall open at 10:20. Do we have anyone from the public that would like to comment on said negotiations? All right. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 10:20. Thank you all. Thank you, Mrs. Dahl. All righty. Item B, approve the 2026-27 initial bargaining proposal from the Saugus Union School District to the Saugus Teachers Association. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All righty. Is there anything that we need to discuss?
No.
Don't think so. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Passes 5-0. Item C, approve request for tuition reimbursement after successfully completing professional development courses. Do I have a motion?
Second.
So this is Dr. Stevenson. Anything to note?
No, this is part of the, in the classified bargaining agreement that we reimburse our classified employees. This has already been approved coursework by the board, and so now we're just reimbursing.
Fantastic. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yay for continued learning.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, well, go right ahead.
Congratulations on completion of early literacy training.
I'm taking Patty's speed.
Okay. All right. Item 8A, approve 2025-26 first interim financial report.
Move to approve.
Second.
Fantastic. You've already shared, Mr. Heinlein. Anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay. Questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thank you. Item B, review and accept the 2024-25 Saugus Union School District Annual Audit Report. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
To accept.
Second.
Sorry.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Heinlein?
No.
Any questions or comments?
How do you pronounce it?
Audit. Oh, yeah. George Bailey. All right. George. Oh, it's Christmas time. Come on, folks. All right. Mary. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All righty. Item passes 5-0. Item C, review and accept the 2024-25 Community Facilities District CFD Annual Audit Report. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Trunky moved. Do we have a second? Okay. Mrs. Garibay. Anything to share, Mr. Heinlein?
Nothing additional to share.
All righty. Questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item D, approve Sierra School Equipment Company, Saugus contract number 21-22-178, Amendment 43, School Furnishings, Office Furnishings and Accessories, VAPA Storage District-wide. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Heinlein?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All righty. Item passes 5-0. You get to have some fun. All right. Item E, approve a resolution, 2025-26, number 32, a resolution for the governing board of the Saugus Union School District to adopt findings that the new MPR restrooms, fence additions, new asphalt play courts, and shade structure projects at Bouquet Canyon Early Learning Academy is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All righty. Mr. Heinlein,
Nothing to add.
any questions or comments? All in, oh, nope, you get to do your thing.
Aye. Mrs. Garibay.
Aye.
Mr. Trunky.
Aye.
Mr. Watson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes 5-1.
Fantastic. Another
5-0.
5-0. Sheesh.
5-1. Did we get any better?
She's an accountant.
Sorry.
Item F. Approve Resolution 2025-26, number 33, a resolution of the Governing Board of the Saugus Union School District for the use of Dave Bang Associates, Inc., CMAS 4-22-12-1015 pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 10298 and 10299 for the playground equipment at Bridgeport Elementary School and future district projects. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Garabay, second. Okay. Mr. Heinlein?
Just a reminder that we do this annually when we use this class.
Alrighty. Questions or comments? Alrighty. Mrs. Clerk, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Grease.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Item G, approve to declare certain district-owned property as surplus. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Heinlein?
Nothing to add.
Alrighty. Any questions or comments? Alrighty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. The item passes 5-0. Item 9A, decline purchase offer proposal for former Santa Clarita Elementary School site from Mark Holmes LLC. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Hawkins, would this be you? Mr. Heinlein? Anything to share?
This is standard language for the board at this time. The rationale explains why you're declining it, and that would be the recommendation.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
Just to be clear, we did not, what's the word when you ask for it? We didn't ask. for this
Unsolicited.
proposal. Unsolicited, thank you. We did not solicit this proposal,
Nor did you meet with the person who submitted it.
nor did we meet with the person who submitted it.
Nor did we even see it until the last board meeting.
Anything further? All right. All in favor of us declining the purchase offer?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the purchase offer has been declined 5-0. Item B, discuss options for superintendent selection process. So, as you all know, we are about to undertake the process of hiring our next superintendent. I had mentioned previously that at the CSBA conference, Mr. Trunky and I spoke with several different firms that support school districts in this process. It's my understanding that, well, obviously it is up to us. We can go it on our own. We can reach out to one or more firms to help facilitate this process. Ms. Garabay, I know you shared a list of several different organizations that assist districts in these times. Any comments, thoughts on the process?
I'd like to reach out to as many as we can and perhaps offer them an opportunity to provide a presentation for the board or something so we can kind of compare and contrast who we think would be the best fit for us to move forward with.
I would agree.
And I'd like to do it quickly too.
Yeah.
So, we have today's December 16th. So I'm thinking if we send out a letter or something to all the folks, and I know Miss Grease also had a list of people that she was interested in sending something to. We send it to everybody and say, look, we're looking at a potential date of X. We'd like to invite you to come and present for us. This is what we're, looking for, and then see where we go from there.
Can I suggest, to accept it, a subcommittee to review all of them and narrow it down to maybe 3 or 4 so that, and then they can come and give a presentation?
I just think that takes a lot of time. I mean, I don't disagree that that's a good idea to narrow it down, but I just think it takes time to do those things. And I think time is of the essence because 6 months is going to pass in it's going to be here very, very soon. So my preference is, we send it out and who knows, right? We may get 3, we may get 10, but I'm willing to, I would love to hear all of them and see kind of how they fit within what we're looking for. And do it as expeditiously as possible so that we're, keeping in line with getting this process going.
I agree. I think only if we can get it very quick and expeditiously. I don't think that we need to wait another 2 months to hear from, let's just say 6, the recommendations, right? Like, it'd be great if we could get it all by next month, next meeting.
Mhm.
So that. I think that's the recommendation.
And it might take a little effort. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I was just say it might take a little effort on our part to make a phone call, right? So we can't just
Sure.
send an email and say, hey, we'd love for you to come. Like we need to make a phone call and say, this is what we're looking for. Can you come to this, this meeting to present to the board and go from there and see what we get.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was going to suggest, I think we could or should schedule a special meeting in January.
I agree.
At which we can do the presentations. In the interest of time, I think that if we're going to get a presentation and then have Q&A for each organization, that's probably about a half an hour between the presentation and the Q&A. If we had every one of these people on this list present, we're talking several hours. I think there are a few that we could, well, for example, CSBA is on this list. CSBA does not provide search services, so I think we can remove them from the list. Human Capital Enterprise, they specialize in the Pacific Northwest. I don't think we need to invite them. School Exec Connect, they specialize in the upper Midwest. They're primarily Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, and Michigan. Hazard Young, they're primarily a national search firm. I mean, we could still invite them, but I don't know, with superintendents, because the education codes in each state are so specific, typically, the pool of applicants for a particular search is primarily people that are within that state already. Usually if you sort of don't have a big enough pool or you want to, for some specific reason, do some sort of a national search, like for example, College of the Canyons, in their search for a new leader is specifically doing a national search, that we could perhaps, leave them off in the interest of saving some time so we can, concentrate on the ones that are really the ones that we would select from, which would be McPherson and Jacobson, Leadership Associates, Casca Group, Educational Leadership Services, and ESS, which is what, 1, 2, 5 at a half an hour each. Or it's 2.5 hours.
I think we can limit, right? So I realize that it's going to take a while and we want to do questions, Q&As and things, but we can set parameters. Like we can say you have 10 minutes to present. Like if you can't tell us in 10 minutes what you're going to do, then maybe you're not it, right?
Yeah, I
10
think.
minutes, and then you do Q&A and you have the same set of questions for each person. It's 5 very specific questions, and then that's it. Like we don't have to. It doesn't have to be 3 hours. Like you can literally tell them you have 10 minutes plus these 5 questions. Be prepared to do that in this amount of time.
I think that you're right about the presentation. 10 minutes is about what anyone would need to do a presentation. In terms of the Q&A, I think you're looking at least 15 minutes, because it can't be that we just ask 5 questions. I think each board member is going to have individual questions about the particular process that that particular consultant would be recommending to use for our search process. And there'll be individual questions that each one of us may or want to ask to sort of drill down based on, what we think is a priority for us that may not be a priority for them in the search process that they describe. So I think, it's going to be at least, I would say 15, we would need 15 minutes for each one. So 10 minutes plus 15 is 25 minutes, plus the time, a few minutes at the beginning and the end. to set up for the presentation and to transition to the next person to do a presentation. So I think you're talking a minimum of 30 minutes for each.
And you'll have public comment.
So we all had the 21st on the calendar originally.
Well, and that's part of the
Why don't we-
recommendation that we meet the 21st at 6:30.
Okay. And then since there's 5, do we each want to take one to contact and invite, or is there one person that wants to just call everybody?
I'm good with divvying up. If everybody wants to call one, I'm fine with that. Or if everybody wants me to call all 5, I can do that as well. Any thoughts?
Jennifer's office can also do that.
All right. Well, that's what I was going to ask. We can direct staff to do that for us.
Not me. Jennifer's office can contact.
Yay, Dr. Stevenson.
Yes.
Would you make 5 phone calls for us? Fantastic. And so then again, the day would be January 21st.
I'm still superintendent. Yep.
6:30 p.m. The format would be a 10-minute presentation. If they have, I'll send it to you. If they have any artifacts to share, digital presentations, to send it to us ahead of time. And 10-minute presentation followed by quick Q&A.
And if they
30
want to do
minutes,
it by
25
Zoom,
minutes
to
total.
not show up in person, is that okay? I mean, it's okay with me, but.
Sure.
Okay.
Ms. Dahl, you had,
Special or?
it'll be a special one. Yeah.
I mean, special, but public or closed session?
Oh, no, it's public. Yeah.
No, it's public to pick the firm.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, I think we want to get proposals from them as well.
Proposals on the search process.
Written proposal regarding the search, and then they'll do a presentation.
That's what you just said.
Q&A.
Well, written proposal, 10-minute presentation, and followed by Q&A.
Can we also ask that we start the meeting at 6:30 if this is public, so that it allows more?
Yeah, that's what we've suggested.
It says it in the item.
Perfect. Anything further?
We have cookies.
No.
Chocolate required.
Mrs. Dahl has candy canes down there. Well, fantastic. Thank you very much. Excited to move forward as expeditiously as possible. All right, item 9C, conduct first reading of Board Policy 1000, Community Relations.
These are both the 1000s and the 2000s are just part of the recent updates. It is a complete coincidence that the superintendent search process was an updated policy for November, but that's what both of them are.
Okay, both 1000 and 2000?
Both the 1000 and 2000, yes. They're
Okay.
just recent updates with changes of language
Sure.
as per gamut for new laws, et cetera.
Any questions, comments on 1000 or 2000? I've got some comments on 2000. There's quite a bit of language issues. Like subject verb agreement, things that don't read great. So I don't know if you want to go through kind of each item or
What do you want to change?
well, going through all of it. Let's see. There was quite a few. I started to highlight some things. Let's see. The board shall establish and implement a search and selection process that includes consideration of the district's current and long-term needs, including a review of district's vision and goals. The desired characteristics of the new superintendent, including professional experience. I don't think I saw anything there. I think the first one I saw, let's see. Basic elements to be included in the superintendent's contract, whether to hire a professional advisor to facilitate the and contract negotiation process and to ensure that verifications of the candidate, it seems like there's maybe a word missing.
which one are you-
Number 6, item number 6.
Whether to hire a professional advisor to facilitate.
Just take out the.
Yeah, it's supposed to, the is supposed to be taken out.
Okay, so now we've got whether to hire a professional advisor to facilitate and contract negotiation process. So now maybe and is the contract negotiation process? I'm just not sure what we were going for here. Whether to hire a
We were
professional.
Going for the changes from our policy to what the new recommendation was. So
Right,
if
right.
you
No,
wanna
and-
Make it a the.
It's not the that needs to go, it's the and.
Probably, yeah. So now we've got whether to hire a professional advisor to facilitate and contract negotiation process.
Wait.
Yeah, no. Whether to hire a professional advisor to facilitate the contract negotiation process and to ensure that verifications of the candidate's qualifications are obtained. That sounds better.
Want the or and?
We want the to remain and to be removed. Okay. How and when to involve the community in certain phases of the selection process. Item number 8 says the. Am I to assume that we're bumping up item 9 now so that item 8 is okay? The process of screening applications and determining how the screeners will be selected. Interview questions, processes, and participants.
This should, number 9 listed here will become 8.
Mm-hmm.
Number 10 will become 9.
Correct.
And
Number 11 is eliminated. Yeah.
Is 11, yeah. And then number 12 is 10.
Other actions
The,
necessary to
lining off the numbers doesn't.
Right. No, I get it. It's
Isn't
format.
like
Yeah.
the-
Yep.
the
I get that. The board shall select. Thank you for your patience. The board shall select candidates to be interviewed based on recommendations. The screeners, if applicable. Let's see. The board shall interview candidates.
Excuse me?
Top board shall interview candidates and select a final.
So we've got duplicate finals in page 2, the very first line. The board shall interview candidates and select a final candidates.
Needs to be
Final
deleted.
should be one, and then that candidate should be not with an S.
Correct.
Right. So there we go. In closed session, that next section is eliminated, but as all the rest before offering the
Yeah, I
position.
much prefer to just line it all out.
Yeah.
Put the new language than the.
No, I get it. I get it. I think that was it. Yeah, that was all I had.
Just the 2 changes.
Yep.
So just to be clear, the,
Final.
yeah, take the and out, leave the, and take out the one final.
And the S in candidates. on that
That's
same line.
already lined.
Oh, is it?
Mhm.
Oh, look at that. Zoom in. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. Anything further on either one of these 2 items? Then we'll bring them back both next time for second reading and adoption. All right. And future board meetings. We have our next regular board meeting. What did we decide earlier this evening?
I believe it's on the 20th.
On January 20th, and a special board meeting the following night on the 21st. And hopefully we'll have lots of applicants to with their bells on and good things. Thank you all for your patience this evening. We certainly appreciate it. This was not among our easiest of board meetings tonight, but as was stated a little bit earlier this evening, let's all go home, get some rest, get up in the morning and do what we do every day, what's right by our kids. Thank you all. See you next time. Oh, yeah.
To adjourn.
All right. Motion by trustee Cooper. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Night.
Adjourned. 43.
Yeah, we were adjourned.
We didn't, I was gonna tell you.
Hey.
Extend the meeting, we need to have some mission to stay.
Change that.